Going to go ahead and sound check. Excuse me, while I'm doing my intro. The most perfection. So, hello friends, hi y'all, Silver here. We're jumping with insanity. I'm going to take a moment and explain what we're doing, because it's a little different today. So, what's going to be happening is I'm currently in a new apartment. Internet is less than desirable, so we're going to be jumping in and trying to do something that doesn't require a lot of combat because you can already see my 500 ping lurking in the corner. So, that is what it is, unfortunately. But it's okay. We're just going to go ahead and go with what we have for the time being. So, let me check my sound check to make sure I'm audible before I get into a long... Okay, yes, I am audible. Perfect. So, let me explain what we're doing. Today, as you may have seen, the title is Building Characters, which doesn't sound like our typical stream. And so, we're going to go ahead and look at characters today, specifically using the the recommended artifact sets feature. So we're going to be looking at the recommendations, looking into why those recommendations might be valid, and hoping that we can analyze that for some of our newer Genshin players, Fluffy and Kiwi, who are actually in chat, which I will let them in just a second. And so we're going to be taking a look at that feature. We're going to be looking at artifact sets, we're going to be looking at characters, seeing what works, seeing what doesn't, and probably some hilarity along the way. But I'm going to go ahead and bring the crew in. That way they're all audible and up. Alright, here we go. Say hi, guys.
Hola.
Hi, guys.
Bruh. Are you okay?
We have
Pass it
arrived.
along to me. Oh
Oh dear. I'm the one that's supposed to sound like a frog today.
no. Well, I wanted to take this very great chance to also let you guys know that if I drop off, it's not because I died. It's because I'm driving through the war storm the northern west has had all winter.
You see, that doesn't
So I'm
sound
here.
like
I'm
you
present.
saying
I'm
that you're not
excited.
dying.
Well, no. It just means that my internet connection is more unstable than yours.
You stole my person.
This is payback.
How can you do this?
Don't even start.
How can you do this?
I will do what I want.
How can you do this?
I will do. Don't test me.
How can you do this? How can you do this?
Don't you noo on me.
You have been noo done. What will you do?
I will
That
stand. I will stamp my feet like this. Yes. What is it? What's that?
You will stamp your feet.
No. Don't even start, kitty cat. You should go ahead and start without me.
You need to update.
Oh no. Not the days.
I'm assuming you're stuck in updating, Fluffy.
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
Well then.
Well,
maybe.
Hopefully it's not as bad when I'm Fluffy, because that takes literal days.
Days.
Good times.
The last.
It's like college internet all over again.
Oh man.
We would not have been able to play Genshin on our college internet. It wouldn't have been
Kiwi,
allowed.
the last time I had to update, it took 4 hours.
Bro!
Oh, literally? Oh. Yeah, I was joking. I think mine took maybe 45 minutes.
Whoa.
First world problem.
Look at you. Thanks for making me feel bad. Here I was thinking somebody shared my pain, but no.
Well,
No.
I apologize.
All
to all those
hail
out
the
there.
lag queen.
Bruh.
Shut up, spleen. Nobody asked you, okay? Nobody asked you. In fact, I'd be perfectly fine if you didn't give your opinion on this subject.
A word of advice.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Is there anything else? Yeah.
Come
seriously,
on.
I should go
don't
grab.
wait so long.
I'm still cooler.
I should go grab my Switch and play a game while I'm waiting.
You should go grab a
That's not a
snack.
bad idea.
Go
I
forth.
have a snack.
Go
Can
forth.
somebody
Grab
stream
that.
so I can at least watch what you're doing?
Oh, sure.
I was gonna say, I'm
Yeah,
not gonna
don't
be able
make
to do that.
Silver do that. Silver's gonna. Her computer will blow up.
Oh,
I mean,
never mind.
the stream is live, so you can still
I'll just bring
watch.
up the actual stream.
Oh, that is true.
Yeah, we are actually live at the moment.
It's on Twitch, isn't it?
Yes, I don't know how long
Mhm.
it'll last, but we'll see.
We're giving it the old. I was about to say college try, but we're giving it the old 1-2.
The 1-2 punch.
Some of our college tries have been
Pow
less than
pow.
successful.
In Iruma, the water possesses a depth of
We won't
flavor.
name
I
names.
finished the quest, guys.
Nice.
Woo!
I know. Progress.
Must be savored patiently to fully
Okay.
appreciate it.
This is the way.
I was so confused because for like 40 minutes of this quest, I'm like, I don't know what's going on. And I actually thought my computer had reset. It started replaying the same day the first time. I went, oh man, did I bug? I was like, did I bug my game out? And then I was like, oh wait, no, this is lore. This is story.
Lord.
I also very much appreciate the solid lore drop on Catherine that they just randomly threw in at the end there. And that the game makers were so self aware that they realized they're like, wait a minute, did we just put that at the end of this quest? It made me laugh. Gave me a little ha ha. Also, really
Okay.
sad. I was like, I'm attached to these people at this point.
Well,
And then they died.
Yeah, I know. I was not okay, Spleen.
oh dear.
And
I
then they
was
lived.
very upset.
Then they
And
died.
then
And
they
then they
lived.
lived. And then they died.
And I was like, I
I'm
don't
watching
know
a
what's
very
going
sparkly
on.
fire user sit next to a very calm looking water user.
I'm a cryo user, thank you very much.
Yeah, she said sparkly cryo user, and then, or no, not cryo,
No.
pyro. Wait,
Yeah,
I
no,
am
it's like I'm seeing a very sparkly pyro user sitting next to a very calm
to
hydro
which
user.
I say again, I am cryo, not pyro.
Yeah.
oh,
I don't know
why
why.
are
I don't
you
know
sparkly?
I don't know why Risley's aura is blood red when he's a cryo user,
Oh,
I don't either.
right. Risley is
I like it,
Risley.
though.
I mean, what more can you say?
but true.
Risley,
What
Risley.
more can you
He's just
say?
dark and grumpy, apparently.
The funny thing is, he looks dark and brooding because, I mean, kind of outfit and aesthetic and also blood red aura, but he's actually a bit of a cuddly guy. When you actually talk
He's
to
He
him.
a
likes tea.
softie. What?
He likes tea.
He likes tea?
Yes, he offers it repeatedly.
Bro needs to be drinking coffee. He's from Fontaine.
Bro likes his tea, man. What do I say?
Is there a drawback? Is there a drawback to taking the tea?
No, he just offers tea. He's a warden of a prison that likes offering special types of tea. He likes collecting of unique teas.
That's so interesting that he uses his influence and money gained from rising from the bottom to the top, like Joseph in the prison. Black tea.
He
What a
does like his tea.
unique character.
He's special.
Risley is special. Actually, everybody from
I was like,
Fontaine. Nothing.
I said he's a very young I was like, he's a very young Uncle Iroh from Avatar.
Ah. Oh no! So that's how Iroh got so ripped in that one season.
Oh my
He's just
goodness!
going
He
back to his
was
younger
in
days.
prison. He was in prison working out. Wow, Fluffy, good character association.
Oh dear.
I'm sorry, but whenever Spleen said that he likes tea, the only thing I can think of is Uncle Iroh trying to teach Zuko how to make tea and Zuko burning the water.
Bruh, how do you
Yeah.
burn water?
I'm pretty sure
Hold
someone
on.
mocks
How
his
do you
teeth
burn
flavored
water?
water.
Are we gonna gloss? No, we're not gonna gloss over that.
I don't know.
We
You
need to
have to
back
ask
up. How do you
Zuko.
burn water?
With
You have to ask Zuko.
fire.
It should boil it, not burn
I was
it.
like, I don't know how he burnt the water. He did.
Strange things happen.
I haven't seen it.
But anyway,
Yes.
we should probably get started.
Oh, now you guys
Yes.
want to get on? Now that I'm the one talking.
Uh-huh.
This was our preemptive, friends getting together chat. We're just so excited to be around each other. And now we're ready to get down to business.
That's right. We had to get our madness out of our system.
It's true.
Indeed.
Okay, yeah, sure. We'll see how long
Now
it
the
takes
common
for that
vanity
to surge
commences.
back up. Anyway, since we're determined to jump into things appropriately now, we're going to start with the first character on our list. We're doing Electro first. We're doing them by element. So, we're going to jump right in. First character on the list is Lisa.
Huh.
Oh, good. A character I haven't
It's secrets, isn't
touched.
Lisa.
But a character you have.
Wait, who is it?
Our
Lisa.
first character is Lisa.
Lisa. She's from Mondstadt. She's the librarian that's like creepy flirtatious.
Oh.
I know who Lisa is.
She.
I'm right. Jeez.
She has a sultry tone. Dear.
Okay, sorry, I missed your
She's prone to suggestive
I
cadences.
missed your update about us doing the Electro family.
Concerned.
What? Anyway, so we're gonna start with
Hey,
Lisa.
Silver, why does Lisa look differently?
Because this is her Sumeru outfit from when she went to visit Subaru for a little while and declined to become a scholar.
Okay.
It's
Again.
from an event.
I like her Subaru outfit.
It is nice.
And by the way, your video has been frozen for a little bit now.
So it is.
It worked for me, so you might have to refresh.
Okay, I'm glad it's not everybody. We'll do what we can for as long as we can. But anyway, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to try and remember how I was planning to do this. So if I'm remembering, we're just going to go ahead and take a look at her talents here.
Indeed.
So,
Best part of the first step of scaling.
Am I locked in? Okay, I think I'm locked in. Okay. Alright, so normal attack. It says perform a lightning electro damage, obviously, because she's a catalyst. So charge attack assume after a short casting time. I think that casting time that they're saying is short is about 3 seconds. So gather the might of Electro. Lisa plunges to the ground from mid-air, dealing damage along her path. Deal AoE electro damage on impact. So that's a part of the attack. So actual talents that we care about, this would be her skill, I think. So, and of course I have the +3 calculations. But says channels the power of to sweep bothersome matters away. I started calling this tap now. I actually want to look at that real quick. I think they started calling that tap when
versus press. Maybe,
yeah.
I don't know.
Who's a has
Versus hold or
yeah.
Uh,
Hers it was calling
Navia has tap versus hold.
Question.
yes.
Yes.
Area
Area of effect. So if
so it's not just targeted one person. It targets an area, like a circumference radius around the character.
It doesn't have
like Jean Meteor would be an area of effect.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's quite an area of effect.
Some characters have an enduring
Let me call
area.
down the literal heavens.
Some characters have an enduring area of effect where like something lingers in the field. This isn't necessarily that. It could just be like, a spur around them, but area effect. Okay, so we're just gonna call it taps. A deals electro damage and applies a stack of the conductive status to opponent's small AoE. So we've seen that if you ever use Lisa and you use her skill, you'll see the little 1, 2, 3 pop up. That's what that is. At a casting time, calls down lightning from the heavens. This is her hold. Calls down lightning from the heavens, dealing massive electro damage to nearby opponents. Deals great amounts of extra damage to opponents based on conductive stacks applied to them and clears their conductive status. So we will actually look at that in a little bit. This is her burst summons a lightning rose that unleashes powerful lightning bolts, launching surrounding opponents and dealing electro. The lightning rose will continuously emit lightning and knock back opponents and deal electro damage throughout the ability's duration. And then this is a passive. Hit by charge attacks apply violet art status to opponents. So that 1, 2, 3 we were talking about, that applies when she hits people with charge attacks. Another passive, opponent lightning rose, so that's her burst, have their defense decreased by 15% in seconds. And then her items passive, I guess, is she crafts potions and has a 20% of the crafting materials. So potions are specifically like those things that you can drink in order to give you elemental res or elemental damage boosts. Those little vials that you make that I never use. So, but when crafting those, she gives you some of the materials. She's the only person that does that.
Sure, because
you don't really need
no one really
people.
uses them, so I don't think they ever chose to remake it.
In addition to that, there's no chance of people not having her. They give you, so you don't necessarily need to juggle it among people because there's no chance of people. Oh, I don't have a character that lets me do this, Lisa. So.
For these passive talents, they haven't included a upgrade mechanic to it yet.
I don't think there's going to be
the
an
passive talents are all stuck at level 1.
Yeah, they all stay at level 1. I think the first one you have from the get-go, and then the second one unlocks at level 70, I think. Or at least Ascension to level 70.
Yep.
And so
level 70 Ascension.
It takes a second to get that one. But cool. So moving over to her constellations, of which I have all of them. First constellation, Lisa's regenerates 2 energy for every opponent hit by holding a violet arc. So that is her held skill. So that is the little stack I'm talking about again. I think. Hold on, let me look at that. Yeah, that's
Let me know whenever I can make a comment that has nothing to do with what you're talking about.
Wait till we're done with constellations. Constellation holding violet again has the following effects: increases by 25%, increases Lisa's resistance to interruption.
Oh, that's nice.
So holding her skill is when she raises her hand over her head and creates that ring around her.
Yeah.
Constellation increase the level of lightning rose, so that is her burst, by 3. And so that's that +3 that you were seeing on mine. I have her constellation, so it gives me that by default. Lightning rose, so now unleashes 1/3 lightning bolts when it attacks. So I don't know how many it released initially, but that's how many it releases once you have Constellation 4. Constellation 5, increase the level of Violet Arc by 3. So that's her skill again, increased by 3, which we also saw. And then Constellation 6, which I think is her best one personally. Lisa takes the field. She applies 3 stacks, which is max, of Violet Arc, her skill, of conductive status onto nearby opponents. This effect will only occur once every 5 seconds.
What?
Yes.
The
Lisa's
aghast Kiwi noises.
so as a 4-star.
That's so unfair.
As a 4-star, though it wasn't nearly as bad for most 4-stars back when the game first started, as a 4-star, Lisa does suffer from constellation lag, which is basically what we're going to call it when a character's shortcomings are solved by their constellations, or are at least helped by their constellations. And so one of the hardest things when you don't have Lisa's constellations is getting her stacks up, because you either have to hold her skill, which she stands still while doing that, and because Squishy Mage causes problems, or you have to just use her skill normally and stack them up piece by piece, which can take longer, especially if you're trying to apply them to a group of creatures,
Yep.
because holding her auto attack can be applied to multiple people, whereas typically if you just use tap, it will only apply it to one person. And so with her 6 constellation, it solves all of that, because if she's just standing in a crowd, she, applies it to everybody that's close to her on the spot at max. And then she can just, do her held, do her thing, and then be on about her way. Get out. So we're actually going to take a look at that. So Risley can be on the table, but we're going to go ahead and I can't configure team while sitting.
Get wrecked.
Okay, so Lisa.
Genshin.
Okay. So,
Oh,
I'm not going to
Fluffy,
bother
what did
building
you
her
have to
yet.
say?
Go for a
Oh,
Yeah, we're cast constellation, so feel free
okay.
to chat.
So real quick, can I please just point out the fact that Crystal has 6,000 or 6 million money?
No, Kiwi has way more.
Mora?
I've come down quite a bit. I'm broke at this point.
Don't stop!
I'm
What was
actually,
it last time I was? Was it 17 million?
It's nonsense.
Yeah.
Don't call me out like that.
Yeah,
Get called out.
I'm actually broke at the moment. I'm ascending characters. And so I think who came up this week? Navia came up this week. Farina came up this week. Risley came up this week. Or actually no, I'm waiting for
Nice.
Farina. She's waiting for gemstones. So not who came up this week? Who else was it? There's someone else who came. Like 3 people reached level 90 this week. And so I'm now getting low on months because of that.
Get up here.
But we're gonna look for someone to slap real quick. Oh, perfect. Healer trolls. Mondstat's great for this.
Nice.
So that is the skill thing, which you can see the little 1 on him is the stacks they were talking about. So 1, and it should switch to a 2, pop it again, and that's the 3. And so, like I said,
you're in for a little shock.
It ticks up pretty slow if you're just using her skill. Whereas if you use her held, then that allows you to apply them to everyone that is within, that radius. So, slightly better when you use it that way. And then of course this is her held skill thing, which typically I think you get best return out of that when you let the circle complete. I think you can pop before the circle finishes, but I'm pretty sure you get the best results if the circle is not. And then in addition to that, the thing they were talking about is, I can walk up to this guy and be like, hey, and then Lisa field, and now they all have 3 stacks just off the jump.
You're in for a little shock. You've
So,
been a naughty boy.
That's how Lisa works. Pretty basic. She has no artifacts on right now, so she's not really that impressive, but that allows me to keep trucking away at a given character because they don't die too fast. Let's see, does she have any artifacts on at all? I'm actually
The
curious.
only problem that arises when you're OP. I said the only problem that arises when you're OP, the enemies die too quick.
First world problems.
So she actually does have a Thundering Fury going right now, so I think it must be her weapon that's gimped. Oh no, she has this on. So she actually should be okay. The controls went down so fast. I was starting to.
I think that's one of the things that is hard for me about Genshin.
Why are you bored, Farina?
Is that...
Sorry, please continue.
No, that's hard for me in Genshin is that I feel, well, and this is a problem of my own making because I asked you guys to help me out. So I walk in and I have like level 70 to level 90 characters, and I didn't progress with them. So like sometimes they do things too well, and I'm like, I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just button smashing because that's all I need to do, and they just destroy everything very well. So kudos to my support team, my account managers. They're doing great. But I'm a CEO who does.
Bruh.
See, kind of the same way as.
Why not keep me company for a while?
I was like, for the most part, my characters and their builds and their sets have all been hand chosen by Spleen.
Which,
so I don't actually know what any of it does or the best parts for them.
But that is why we're doing this stream.
I just hope Spleen knows what he's.
Which is excellent. I'm so excited because I remember like learning Lisa during boss runs. That's the best way I learn characters is I'm like, oh, we're in way over our head, but it's okay because guess what? This is a character you've never used before. Quick study lesson.
Oh dear. Yeah, that is ultimately going to be the point of these streams, in order to catch everyone up on what everybody does, and also like have a record for people to reference in the future.
Yeah, we were fighting the jade plume like creature,
Jade
and you were
plume
like,
terror, the bird.
Yes, thank you, the bird. And
the terror shrew.
Silver was like, yes, yeah. Silver was like, this. See how that number keeps going up, and I was like, oh, that's what I remember from Lisa. So that's how I learned Lisa.
Yep, those are her stacks. Which I'm not going to remember the names of people's stacks. People's conditions and stacks and special this and that all have their own names. Which incredible attention to detail, excellent storytelling, cool details for Genshin to have included. I don't care. So
her lightning rose, you won't remember?
No. Lightning Rose, Violet Arc, I couldn't care less. When we're reading through it, it's fine. It helps us distinguish what's what and all that. But when it comes to actually remembering the name of her conductive stacks, no. That's not sticking. I'm sorry.
Touche.
But that can...
I do appreciate Genshin's like attention to detail. Like, man.
I think...
I don't think I've touched...
for going out.
was like
Did
Lisa,
I say that yesterday as well?
Yeah.
Lisa, Kaya, Amber.
Kaya for a long time.
I did too. I was like, Kaya was actually my favorite cryo character until I got Ganyu.
Yes. Ganyu is cool as a cryo. I do like her cryo.
She cryoed like nobody else for
I
a
like
long
Ganyu.
time there.
But we're on Electro. So moving on.
True. So, Lisa does obviously doesn't have a
Keep me company for
doesn't
a
have a
while.
signature weapon
There'll
because
be
she's a
plenty
4-star,
of time for work
and they don't
later.
get those. But Genshin.gg, which we'll be referencing a lot probably today, currently has her. It says that her best in slot is Yae Miko's weapon, which is the cat toy. So,
The cat toy.
Oh, is that the tiered like,
the little tier with the bells thing.
yeah.
Straight up looks like a cat toy. Probably sounds like one.
No,
too.
you're not wrong.
It
It
does look
does.
very much like a cat toy.
Yeah.
But I personally remember at some points in the past being a little devastated that that was her best in slot because it doesn't seem very thematic with, Lisa and her librarianness. So if you want a more librarian-esque look, second pick for her is Lost Prayer of Sacred Winds, which happens to also match her Sumeru outfit decently well. So that could be
Oh.
a better
I
pick.
see the value in my own work. But I also see the
Skyward
value
Atlas
in
is
Yeah,
another
because
good
it's
one
a
for her.
flip.
people of
hmm
Fontaine. I
Skyward
prefer
Atlas is
someone
another
to
good pick for her.
fulfilling my duties.
And for 4-star options, my Wit Sith isn't that great because I haven't built it. Well, actually, no. I never mind. I have a good Wit Sith. So I do have a good Wit Sith. Wit Sith is a good one for her. I don't think she benefits that much from sacrificial because I'm pretty sure the recharge on her skill is pretty fast anyway. The only thing that doesn't recharge super fast is her held skill, and I don't know why you'd be spamming that anyway. So, um,
Ooh, that looks pretty.
Eye of Perception. Normal and charged attacks a 50% chance to fire a bolt of perception, dealing 360% attack as damage. This bolt can bounce between opponents. So that could work for her.
Today's no good
So
for
Eye of
going
Perception
out.
could be another
Did
pick.
I say that
It may not
yesterday as
necessarily
well?
be a good pick, but it could be a pick. We're just looking at 4-star options. So Solar
Yeah,
Pearl.
it mostly depends on what you're trying to build her for.
Yeah.
Whether it's for whether you're building her as an electro damage dealer or whether you're building her as to pair with Dendro.
Perfect weather
Yeah.
for sipping a cup of tea.
Oh, for
and
aggravate.
gazing
Okay.
out the window.
Because Dendro has a lot of good reactions, and so you typically look for an elemental mastery book to complement that.
Yeah.
But if it's not, and if Silver looks at Lisa's skills and goes to like the attribute tab, then you can
I can do that.
then you can see she scales off of. I'm pretty sure it's just attack. I don't
Yeah,
think she
it's
scales
just
off of
attack.
anything else.
You know, it's just attack.
So anything that attack percent is decent. She doesn't really need energy recharge. I don't think all that much. She's a what 60 cost burst.
Yes.
Plenty of time for work later.
No, sorry, no. Burst is 80.
Sure.
Has an enduring aftertaste.
Burst is 80.
Burst is
Okay.
80.
So she could go for an energy recharge. So especially if she's so if she's not in a Dendro team, she could go for like the Favonius Codex for energy recharge to get her burst back up. Especially if you do not have C6 for Lisa, which a lot of people don't,
Mhm.
because granted, her skill does do a lot of damage, especially if she has those 3 stacks on somebody. But aside from that, unless you have like a ton of investment on Lisa, her burst will probably be the most noticeable part of her kit, since it can work as a decent Electro application. Plus, it drops the defense of the opponent, so she works in a kind of support role. So Favonia's Codex works well for that, for energy for herself, but also for the whole team. If you wanted to give her more of a damaging option without like hyper investing into her, then Dendro works really well, because Dendro's reactions are very strong. So most elemental mastery, an easy one for there would be like the craftable map Amara. That's a great one for that.
Have that?
As Crystal was mentioning, the a lot of the battle pass weapons will be good for will be good options for most people if you do use the battle pass. And as Silver was mentioning, like the Solar Pearl is good. Most things that have a crit rate or crit damage substat will most of the time trump their friends, just because crit rate and crit damage is the main source of most damage.
Well, generally
Caveat to
speaking
that
as
would
well.
builds mental mastery will take over.
Generally speaking as well, if someone is like, primarily an attacking character as opposed to primarily a DPS character rather than a support character, then they'll benefit from crit rate and crit damage. Whereas support characters a lot of times will be looking at elemental mastery or elemental recharge or energy recharge.
Yeah, there are a few exceptions for both, but that is a fair broad stroke. The Widsith is also a fairly accessible generalist damage weapon, since it has crit damage as its substat, and it just gives offensive buffs when you take the field. It can choose between the 3 of them, which isn't always reliable, but they're all they're attacking central. So that's a solid one as well.
There are disadvantages.
The Eye of Perception is mostly there if you want Lisa to have something if she runs into like an Electro Slime, which can be useful. Typically, though, you'll have someone else on your team to hopefully cover Lisa for that, so she doesn't have to have that one. But it is a decent one if you don't have other options.
Beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to befriend them. Cause them no
Quick question.
Yes.
For costs of popping your burst, right? You mentioned 60 and 80. What is a general so we can build, there are ways for us to build how much magical energy they can pull from, right?
Typically when you're looking at how much energy a character generates, that's based on the use of their skills. So, because energy recharge is gained when you use skills, generally speaking. It's when we create reactions, it's when you use skills, it's when you use elemental stuff. That's when you generate energy. There are a couple exceptions to that, usually with the aid of a weapon that produces particles. But you will need to use your skills in order to collect energy.
Has a rich and complex
And so,
do you recognize the energy like on the field? The various colored orbs that show up.
Orbs, yeah.
Yeah, those are your energy particles that are created by the skills that Silver's mentioning.
Generally,
so your elemental skill charges your burst.
And that's when the burst color is loading.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, I'm
as it's filling up, is showing how much energy you have accrued.
I'm pretty sure people will benefit from energy of their color, if you will, more than just from, either general energy or from energy of other colors. But it doesn't mean they don't benefit at all.
Okay.
So I don't know the exact one, but it was explained to me similar to these lines. So for the Favonius weapons that just say it provides, I can't remember if it says white particles or just like energy in it or like a set amount of energy. typically if a weapon gives energy, it gives it in the form of the big white particles.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah,
And all anything caused by a skill will have the color of whatever skill caused it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the white particles don't care who they're going to. They will give the same energy regardless. That's one of their benefits. And that's why they work as great batteries for teams as a whole. But so for a character that's on field getting energy that is their color, every particle would be like 8 energy. So I don't, and skills provide different energy. Sometimes 2 to 3, some get 4, but that varies on the character. But for example, Chi-Chi gives none. She just doesn't, which is why she has a lot of problems with battering. I mean,
she can't provide
might be,
life.
I don't know.
Oh no!
But, so, for example, Lisa, I'm just going to say she does 3. I don't know exactly if she does. But so she creates 3 purple particles and catches purple particles. She will get, in the example, 24 energy of her 80 cost burst.
Okay.
Now, if she fires and then swaps to someone else, let's say Bennett. So he's pyro, he's not electro. Even though he's on field and getting the energy, he's only going to get, I think, 3 energy from it. So it's still 3 particles, but he'll only get 9.
Mm-hmm.
Now, particles don't just affect whoever gets it on field. You will also give energy to everyone else who's on the bench as well.
Munchies.
You don't, just not the active character.
Yeah.
So let's say you have
a character's burst
Lisa
comes up
and
while they're in the pocket.
Yeah, let's say you have Lisa on the team. We have Bennett as our pyro. We'll say Raiden. It is a character on your team. So if Lisa's on the field, she does her attack. She gets 3. She makes 3 purple particles. She gets them all. She gets 24 energy. Raiden's off field, but she's electro, so she'll get 3 energy from each one anyway. And so but Bennett, now he's off field. Now on field he was getting 3 from a particle that wasn't his, but now he's off field, so he's going to get even less. He's only going to get like 1 energy from each particle, so he'll get 3. That's why if you have like a team that's mostly one element, you supercharge your bursts because everyone's getting chunks. Everyone will always get. Let's say if it's a all electro team, everyone's always getting purple particles, and everyone off field is still getting like 40% of what anyone on the main field is causing.
Yeah, and I was going to leave
but if
as well. Where like if you
and so when you talk about cost,
so there is a designated value that each character's burst costs that changes from character to character.
Yeah. So you mean energy you have to build to be able to pop it off. Yes. So some takes like 60, some takes like 80, some take a certain amount, and so you have to build to that level.
Yes.
Which is why some people's bursts are more frequently available.
Yes, and
like Zhongli is a 40 cost burst.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. I just thought that whatever teams I was getting were like, yeah, Zhongli's he's just built, man. I get this. I was like, oh, it's an Archon thing. he built Ford stuff.
I mean, it kind of is an Archon thing. The Archons notoriously have bursts just constantly ready when you have them built properly.
Yes, Fluffy.
Well, I mean, they have to have something for the Archons to be different from all your characters.
Are you serious right now?
What?
Are you actually serious?
Oh, because I took the...
You just pinched that bit from under my face!
The best part was on stream, I picked it up after you, and it still said it timed out before you picked it up.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Fluffy.
I can't wait to watch this back.
No, I'm allowed to pick it up in her world. Don't start that.
I was about to say, Spleen. We need to incorporate the rules for my world where you must ask before you take things out. crystal's nose.
We're not taking that in. We're not
Anyway.
incorporating that anywhere else.
Turnabout is fair play. Like, listen, if he got to it first.
No, I was
one last
standing
thing
there
to
for
add
3
for
seconds
the
before he stepped up. Okay.
funny.
That's funny.
One last
Okay.
thing to add to the energy thing before we hop off
Yes.
of it is why there's percentages to energy recharge. So for simplistic, say you have 200%, and in the same example, Lisa gets 3 particles. They provide 8 energy. She gets 24. Well, if she has 200% energy recharge, you multiply by 2, and so she'd get. So she would be half. So in this example, I don't know exactly how the energy works out, but in the example, if she collects her own particles and her burst is empty, she would, at 200% energy recharge, she would be just halfway filled back up to do her burst again.
Now I understand.
Mm.
Like,
and this is why Raiden. Oh, you go ahead, Fluffy.
It's like I knew that if you had a group of Electro characters all in the same team, that they charged each other up. I never actually knew how it happened. I just knew that them all being together charged everybody up.
Right. And that's one of the reasons why Raiden, even though her burst is actually a 90, as one of the most expensive bursts in the game, she does it fairly often because she partially scales off of energy recharge. So her builds typically have her at least 200, maybe 230% energy recharge. And then her burst, due to some, and we'll get to that in her build when we get around to it, also restores some energy as well. So even though she has a super high cost, she can kind of cheese the system and get back to it faster while still damage.
Oh.
Zhongli cheats because he has a 40 cost burst and just keeps spamming it because he just doesn't have much to get back to.
Yeah. If you're ever having a character that has trouble generating particles for themselves, has trouble building up to their burst, has trouble getting energy in general, there are 3 main ways to solve it. You can solve it with weapons, specifically the Favonius set that do give you particles that are, free to use by anybody. You can solve it with artifacts, which we will get to at some point, but for example, say Emblem of Fate. Once you get to Inazuma, Emblem of Severed Fate, I think it's called, is the full name.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We just call it Fate for short, which we'll be using nicknames for artifacts a lot, just be ready. But Fate generates extra energy. So that is a helpful set for a character that is struggling with energy recharge. And the other thing is just adding at least one other character to the team that is of the same element as the struggling character that can generate additional particles, especially if that character does off-field damage, meaning they don't have to be on field to generate particles. That can be helpful. So if you have a character that is struggling with that, those are like the 3 big ways to fix it. Either Favonius weapon, the Fate artifact set, which unfortunately isn't available till Inazuma, but that is available, or a character of the same element. Also sweet.
Indeed.
Which really doesn't make sense why the set isn't available until Inazuma.
Well, it was meant for Raiden's set because it's 4-piece, transfers excess energy recharge into damage for your burst, which is what Raiden's all about. It just happens to also be good for several other characters.
Well, I was like, noticed. I was like, I noted. I understand why it's in Inazuma.
Spike, get back here.
But why call it the Favonius set?
The Favonius set.
Oh no. Sorry, you go ahead.
Bruh.
I love how neither of us are falling off.
Sorry. The Favonius set is a set of weapons from Mondstadt.
Yeah.
The Fate artifact set is an artifact set from Inazuma. But the Favonius weapon set is a group of weapons, one of each, from Mondstadt. So they are the weapons that when you crit, you create particles.
What are the two of you doing?
I was here first.
I thought you said to come over here, so I did.
Okay, I was going to say switch to Yao Yao because you can collect the most crystal flies.
Switch to Yao Yao? Okay, I can switch to Yao Yao.
I want to race. I want to see who can collect the most crystal flies. We've made it through one character. This is going to be a long stream.
Considering my Yao Yao doesn't have a speed bonus, you'll probably beat me on that one.
Well, I'm not going to be using my skill, but like she just gives you the crystal flies aren't scared of me thing.
Until you pick one up and then they all fly away.
True, but if you're careful about how you pick them up, then you can bypass that. Are you serious? You're still that fat?
I was like, yeah, if you go in a certain, typically if you go in a certain order, you can actually get them all.
You expect me to use my brain?
Well, if it only will spook other crystal flies if they're within a certain radius of the others when they get picked up. So theoretically, you could wait for a crystal fly to wander away from their friends before picking them up.
And split them off from the pack and capture them and rip their wings off and stuff their cores in your bag.
Spleen, don't make it so graphic. There are probably children watching this, and or people with very soft soft hearts.
What?
Mike, hey! I am thinking about my kumquat. My kumquat has a very soft heart. She would not be happy to hear that explanation of how we get these cores.
Okay.
Fair enough.
There are 2 minutes left in this call, so feel free to start making your way to the next one, which is already in chat. Spleen and I are gonna have a race as soon as he's ready to see who can collect the most crystal flies in a minute.
Oh, we are? Hold on.
Oh yes, absolutely. There are plenty of in this area.
Yes, Spleen. She literally just got done explaining this to us. I was like, you guys are literally in a race. That's why I switched to this character.
Are we allowed to teleport?
No, in this area, Spleen. Focus.
Oh.
Okay. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Beep.
Spleen leaves early.
He's probably gonna win because he's gonna grab this one first before I'm able to. I'm leaving you behind. There ain't no way. Getting as far away from you because it takes me like a minute to collect anything.
Problem is, I don't know where they are in this area. This is not where I grabbed them.
Oh, I grab them around here all the time. We'll consider our advantages balanced.
Lag versus knowledge.
Shut up. Whew. And I have promised not to use my skill. We have 10 seconds left.
Bruh, I see one flying off. I don't know where it started from.
Oh, that's 10. I got 2.
I got 2.
I also got 2. Yay, we did balance out.
The one flying off was the deciding factor.
Oh, dear. Oh, boy. So,
have a radish.
I'll change. I think we have effectively discussed not only Lisa, but several other mechanics as well. So I think that was a good one. We can go ahead and move on to the next person while we're waiting.
All right, who's next?
While we wait for the peanut butter to get back. Oh.
Well, we found Fluffy. We just need Kiwi.
Here. She's just muted. Kiwi will be along probably eventually because she is driving.
So, have you guys not heard me this whole time?
No, you've been muted. I'm sorry.
Okay, fine. I'm gonna replay everything that I said.
Okay.
Y'all went ahead and tied said, "No, you lamos, you guys have to win. Somebody has to win." So I was changed to it again, 2 instead.
Oh, dear.
Your mic stands against competition.
Oh.
No. Bad mic.
Okay, so next character is Razor.
Ah, Razor.
Clover. Bye, Clover. Bye, Clover.
I keep getting some
Clover.
electric.
I'm not accepting people's today. Sorry, someone asked to join my world and their name was Clover.
Ah.
Okay. So, Razor, our little wolf boy. First thing you need to know about Razor, he does physical damage, not electro damage. He does electro damage, but he does physical damage.
Fair.
He's one of the oddballs, of which there are now 4, all of which are claimers, which I find hilarious.
I would say out of all the physical damage dealers, Razor's the only one I can presently think of that can cheese it slightly and partake in his Electro half purely because Dendro exists. But
Fair.
he can kind of like supplement. It still won't like replace him, but it can help supplement the fact that physical typically struggles more than everyone else.
One of these days, physical will be
Razor's
its
my
own
kind of
element.
character.
Because he's a struggle bus?
No, because he's a physical person. He likes to go up and smack people.
Just walk up and smack. The biggest smack.
Let's face it, as far as it comes to learning what everybody's skills are, how they react with everything else, and actually using them correctly, I'm hopeless. So the best thing that I can do is find somebody with a big weapon and go and smack things.
Fair.
That is an option.
That is those are the best characters for me, are the ones where I can have a big weapon and smack things really, really hard.
This is doing.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and get the boring part out of the way
Simple,
first.
easy.
I'm gonna go ahead and run through his talents real quick, and then we can bring conversation back. So, auto attack, normal attack, performs 4 consecutive strikes, charge attack, drain stamina over time to perform continuous spinning attacks. So he's one of the spinning claymores. Spinning attacks against all nearby enemies at the end of this sequence performs 1 more powerful slash. Plunging attack. Plunges from mid-air to strike ground below, damaging opponents along the path, deals AoE damage on impact. Skill, Claw and Thunder. Again, I have his constellation, so you see that talent level +3. Hunts his prey using the techniques taught to him by his master and his Lupa Call. Press, or what is called tap, swings the Thunderwolf Claw, dealing, so that's the purple claw that appears on his hand when he does his skill. Swings the purple wolf claw, dealing electro damage to opponents in front of Razor. Upon striking an opponent, Razor will gain an electro sigil, which increases his energy recharge rate. Razor can have up to 3 electro sigils simultaneously, and gaining a new electro sigil refreshes their duration. Which is that over here somewhere? Electro sigil duration 18 seconds. So, held skill gathers electro energy to unleash a lightning storm over a small AoE, causing massive electro damage, and clears all of Razor's electro sigils. Each electro sigil cleared in this manner will be converted into energy for Razor.
And does the skill attribute say how much energy that converts into?
Energy regenerated 5 per energy sigil absorbed.
Nice.
Energy recharge bonus is 20% per electro sigil, so that's why he's still carrying them.
Right.
And then over here on his burst, summons the Wolf Within, which deals electro damage to all nearby opponents. This clears all of Razor's electro sigils, so it consumes the sigils, which will be converted into elemental energy for him. The Wolf Within will fight alongside Razor for the skill's duration. Strikes alongside Razor's normal attacks, dealing electro damage, raises Razor's attack speed and electro resistance, causes Razor to be immune to damage inflicted by the electro charged status, disables Razor's charged attacks, that's an important detail, increases Razor's resistance to interruption. These effects end when Razor leaves the battlefield. When Razor leaves the field, a maximum of 10 energy will be returned to him based off of the duration remaining of this skill. So in skill duration is how long? Duration is 15 seconds.
How do you attack electro sigils to Razor?
By using his skill.
It will.
Okay.
He automatically is given one. He doesn't have to like pick it up.
Yeah, so you use a skill, he
Okay,
gains
so
one.
I didn't
They
know.
look like little purple floating balls following him around.
Okay.
Which we will see in a little bit because we will run him around. Passive talents. Awakening decreases Claw and Thunder's cooldown by 18%, so that is his skill. When using Lightning Fang, that's his burst, resets the cooldown of Claw and Thunder. So basically, triggering his burst will reset his skill's cooldown. Hunger, when Razor's energy is below 50%, each energy recharge is increases energy recharge for 3. Okay, so let me read that. When Razor's energy is below 50%, increases energy charge by 30%. So you can get him back to half faster. And then his is actually a field talent. His third passive is a field talent. Decreases sprinting stamina consumption for your own party members by 20%. Not stackable with passive talents that provide the same thing. Yeah, so the
Nice.
people who decrease your different types of stamina cannot be stacked with each other. So there's no point in putting a bunch of them on the same team. It does nothing.
Right. At least all the ones that have the same stamina reduction.
Yes, so you could put different ones on the team, I should clarify. But ones of the same type will not stack. Constellations. Constellation level 1. Picking up an elemental orb or particle increases Razor's damage by 10% for 8 seconds. So that's back to those little elemental orbs lying on the ground. Anytime he acquires one, his damage is increased by 10%. This doesn't say anything about stacking, so I think that's just flat. It increases by 10% for 8 seconds.
Right.
Constellation level 2 increases crit rate against opponents with less than 30% HP by 10%. So he hits you when you're down, basically.
He kicks you when you're down. This is similar to the same activation of the Wolf's Gravestone.
Fair. Which isn't his signature weapon, obviously, because he's a 4-star, but it does come from his story quest. So
Fair.
kind of. You don't get it from his story quest, but like, the stone in the ground where you go to fight Andreas is the same as the Wolf's Gravestone.
Right.
Just to clarify on that. Constellation level 3 increases the level of Lightning Fang, so that is his burst by 3. So the talent plus 3 again, that's on his burst. Bite, Constellation level 4. When casting Claw and Thunder, the tap version, opponents hit will have their defense decreased by 15% for 7 seconds. So a little bump to his skill on that one. Sharpened Claws, Constellation 5, increase the level of Claw and Thunder by 3, so that's his skill again. And then, I'm not even going to try. Constellation 6, every 10 seconds, Razor's Sword charges up, causing the next normal attack to release lightning that deals 100% of Razor's attack as electro damage. When Razor is not using Lightning Fang, a lightning strike on an opponent will grant Razor an electro sigil from Claw and Thunder.
Do a growth spurt by now.
Oh dear. So that's Razor. Pretty sure his scaling is just attack. I don't think he has anything special in here. There's his sigil stuff, but aside from that,
Right.
he yeah, that's Razor's story.
Yeah, Razor's pretty standard. Most characters, especially early on, were fairly simple. He can't really
Rude.
support. He has nothing from off field. He technically has that bit where he decreases someone's defense, but it doesn't do a ton for him. Or as to use a spot dedicated for pure support, that's not it's not necessarily worth it. But he's meant to be an on-field DPS.
Mhm.
So
He tries his
depending
best.
on what he does try his best, but he tries to be an on-field DPS. So for all physical damage dealers, if you're trying to boost their physical the most, Song of Broken Pines is going to win by a long shot. It's not really close. But if you're trying to boost him as a whole, which I would probably say is better because he can take advantage of Dendro if you have Dendro characters, Wolf's Gravestone does work really well for him because it boosts the overall stuff. 4 stars, again, Battle Pass is kind of just a catch-all for a lot of things. Most of them are just decent stat sticks. If you're going for like a craftable thing, Prototype Archaic works really well because it's just a good attack bonus. If you're getting if you're going for just the physical damage, then you can go the Snow Tomb Star Silver for craftable stuff. I think Rain Slasher is another one that's pretty good because, especially if you're going into the like trying to lean into his damage with Dendro, because he not only is it Elemental Mastery, but he also gets just increased damage overall by someone affected by Hydro or Electro. So that could also be fairly decent, so long as your Electro is outpowering your Dendro. So because if the person is constantly afflicted with Dendro, Rain Slasher won't prop the Dendro.
Well, he's an attack focus. He's not a support, and so you've kind of covered most of the ones that are most advantageous to him.
And artifacts then?
If you're really hurting, and the best you can scratch up is a 3-star weapon, Debate Club works fine.
True, that is a fair point. Debate Club is a decent stat stick,
especially very early on where you haven't accumulated a lot of weapons yet. Then Debate Club is a decent all around weapon for claymores. Like, I don't think there's anyone where the 3-star weapons, they're non-specific in what they build or in what they help with, and so there are a few of them that you can go wrong with just because of how generic they are. You're not really intended to use them for.
Yeah. Skyrider Greatsword does decent on him as well, especially from the physical aspect. In fact, all the physical claymores, the Skyrider Greatsword is actually shockingly good comparatively for a 3-star.
I don't know the names of stuff, but you can't just do me like this. Do I even have that one?
It's the. I mean, everyone gets one by like picking it up on the mountainside.
Oh,
It's
that one.
as a
Okay.
like
I
a
don't have it on me. That's
yeah.
why.
It looks like a 3-star version of like the Skyward sets.
I'm pretty sure I cooked it.
But yeah, the Skyward Greatsword is actually for again. Almost in almost every situation, the 3-star will lose. The only 3-star that I know of that maintains usefulness is the Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers for support people, for specifically support healers that are mages.
I'm not even gonna try.
That's a very
But
specific.
it is highly specific. Now, you can use it on other people if you're like super funneling into this one person. But I mean, it is a 3-star weapon, and the fact that it actually holds up at all against the 4 and 5 stars is still notable. But for all the other ones, they typically for almost any 4 or 5-star will outdo a 3-star. As I said, Skyrider can technically do really well actually for the few physical damage dealers. It can outdo some 4-stars.
You have Skyrider on my Keqing right now, right? That's the green one?
I do not remember.
He's been on too many.
I've been looking at weapons, sorry. I've been really like focusing. I'm like, I don't even get the artifacts, but I can try and figure out the weapons.
I'm gonna go get my charger.
There is a Sky Rider sword, but that one, I mean, all the 3-stars are really generic, like Silver said. Like they all have decent usefulness so long as their substat matches with whatever basically the person is scaling off of. But
you can still follow the generic
in,
rule of like, support characters benefit from energy recharge and elemental mastery, and then attack characters tend to benefit more from crit damage, crit rate, and attack.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Like Silver just mentioned, the why energy recharge matters to support characters is because in the previous example with energy, they spend most of their time off the field. So if they want to use their burst, they kind of have to stack energy recharge in order to get it back in a reasonable amount of time.
Especially if they're the only character of that element on your team, then your only other saving grace is to use them for quick swap in order to help them build energy.
Yeah, so Bennett doesn't really care because Bennett has a 40 cost burst, but Shanling I think is an 80, and her damage is her burst. Yes, Guoba does stuff, but she desperately needs it. So she typically has to heavily stack it because she doesn't really spend much time on the field in most teams.
Yeah. So, we're going to
Any
go
questions
ahead.
about Razor, or shall we head to the next one?
Are we able to break down, like, I'm not sure how to put it in simple terms, how do we break down exactly what makes Razor more physical rather than Electro? Because all of his stuff mentions Electro, but when it actually comes to practical use for him, he does more physical.
So the biggest thing that makes Razor a physical DPS is the fact. Well, go ahead and head to Razor's attributes. We'll go to that screen first.
Okay. Doot. Talents.
And we can go ahead and head over to his, specifically his burst attributes.
Okay.
I keep watch. You leave, you call me.
So, as you will notice under his burst attributes, one of the things that it does out something, whereas the Wolf, he physical DPS is that chunk of his damage comes from him, which is why he can, running that part. His damage is auto attacks, which stay even in his burst.
Okay.
You leave?
This is unrelated. Are we able to do over on poor stream where that actually says on my end it's glitchy, but everything on my end is glitchy. So I want to be sure that it is working for people trying to watch.
So it does seem to struggle busting slightly, but still moving forward.
Better than nothing. We'll see how far we get. In the meantime,
No, we lost Kiwi.
I know. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead, pop out of the conversation half, which we can keep. We can still keep talking. There's nothing that stops us, but we're going to go find something to slap.
Slapping.
Where are some readily available slappables?
Head towards the water and the road would probably be. There's some cryo slimes over yonder.
Which over yonder?
Towards me over yonder.
Okay, I'll follow you then. Yeah. The silent Fluffy.
Huh?
Nothing.
What?
Practicing her brooding.
No. Boop, 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 boop.
I was just being silent. I was listening. Like I said, most of this is probably going to go over my head, so Spleen's probably going to just have to keep helping me.
That's okay.
Okay, so we already have 2 sigils.
True.
There's a third one. And then
How many can you have?
he can have a. Pew! And that's his held skill that consumes the sigils.
Yeah, see, I didn't actually know that this was happening, that you were fighting, because the video had paused for so long.
You're fine.
Also, one of the things to a very slight aside that's just kind of interesting is for especially early on if you want to harvest rocks. Razor's held skill works as a great rock buster because it's the AoE that it hits the ground with does significant damage to minor
Mm-hmm. Kind of like Zhongli's skill, but like, not as proficient.
True.
Does he keep sigils when he leaves the field? He does keep his sigils when he leaves the field.
Indeed.
Nice.
How long did they persist for?
Well, it just poofed out of existence, so I think it was it 18 seconds that it said? Or was that something else? So yeah, his sigil duration is 18 seconds. And every time you gain a new one, it resets their duration.
Nice.
There's just little gold.
I wonder which pairing is better.
What's that, Fluffy?
Electro and Hydro or Electro and Dendro? So I wonder, Electro Hydro or Electro Dendro?
Electro Dendro.
Yeah.
Electro Dendro is more versatile.
The only time I could think of it not being is if you don't have a Dendro that spreads it very well, and you're fighting like a group of enemies, and then Electro Hydro would do better with Electro Charged. But that's only normally if you're limited on your Dendro options, and the ones that you do have don't spread it super well. Like, yeah, I spread Dendro the best. Like, if there's only one target, she does fine. Or if there's not many targets, but she does okay. But if your Dendro's like Nahida, who's Dendro in spades, then we'll still do better.
I personally am a big fan.
Beidou is going to be like our versatile element where it works well with everything.
Hmm.
Of course.
I mean, it works well with Pyro too.
I personally am a big fan of Pyro and Electro because I like damaging myself as I damage other people.
That explains so much.
Oh my god.
That was always whenever I was first learning how to use Beidou. Crystal or Silver and I would be running around, and somehow, some way, she would either have she would either be near water, or I would have electrified the area around me. So whenever she came towards me, she started getting electrocuted.
Well, one thing to look forward to, Kiwi, is actually Chevreuse, the new 4-star coming out in the next banner cycle. She's designed to specifically buff overloaded. So Pyro plus Electro is what she's meant to do.
And she's also
Chevreuse
coming
is
along.
actually really cool. I really like the
Specifically 'cause
additions
she
of
buffs that.
guns.
No, she just did her.
So you fire guns.
Is she America? Is she our American?
No.
But as soon as everyone brings up guns, apparently someone immediately says Murica. Like, I found it so funny. Like, I was reading stuff about Navia, and they're just like, "Oh, she shoots a shotgun and has cannons in her burst. She's brought Murica to Genshin." And I'm just like, okay, there are guns outside of the United States.
Well, but it is funny because Navia strikes kind of that like Southern Belle kind of America, where Chevreuse would be the with the purple hair, a member of. She just is like seems more eclectic. Except it's funny because she seems more grounded as a character, even though she has purple hair.
Yeah, she's definitely. Is demure the right word? I don't know about that. You did as a character to Navia? Navia is more outgoing and much more outlandish.
I do like
Do we
her
have any
dress,
other
though.
questions about Razor, or should we head on to the next select?
It doesn't sound like there are any more questions.
No, I'm good.
I have questions in mind, but that's not what we're here for.
Okay.
We can handle those after the stream.
No, not one of these guys.
Oh my goodness gracious. Trying to check that.
Oh my.
My cord gave up the ghost.
Your cord?
So I picked it up. I'm trying to charge my phone because my phone is dying. And so I picked up my phone and the cord like launched out of it and flew over across the room.
Okay.
Okay, so next up is Sara.
Sara?
Kujo Sara?
Sara. Oh, did we stop on Razor?
Or
do we think we covered that fairly well?
Pale Flame. Generally speaking, like we've already kind of covered, he would benefit either from a set that boosts physical damage or from a set that boosts elemental reactions with Electro. And so probably if you wanted to go into his elemental side, then you would probably give him Thundering Fury. But generally speaking, either Bloodstained or Pale Flame because those are the two physical ones.
Okay.
Pale Flame also buffs general attack.
Physical damage.
Or what? I don't remember. Physical damage, yeah.
Yeah, it buffs physical damage, and if you're doing a lot of consecutive slapping, it gives you an extra boost. I think like every 7 hits or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Melusines are beautiful creatures.
Which does make sense if you're fighting with a physical
Be sure to befriend them.
damage DPS.
Cause them no
In fact,
harm.
while we're switching to Sara, we can take a closer look at that. That way I'm not getting it at you or something. So Pale Flame's physical damage increase by 25% for its 2-piece and its 4-piece when an elemental skill hits an opponent. Attack is increased by 9% for 7 seconds. The effect stacks up to 2 times. It can be triggered once every 0.3 seconds. Once 2 stacks are reached, then the 2 set effect is increased by 100%.
Worthy of note, Gladiator's Finale is also a strong secondary option since it's basically the most generalist on-field melee fighter set.
Yeah, the 2 OG artifact sets. Trying to be careful with my words. I'm trying to learn to speak clearly. So the 2 OG artifact sets, when it comes to, DPS versus a support character, the DPS artifact set is Gladiator, and then the support set is Noblesse Oblige. Generally speaking.
Oh.
Very, very generally speaking. And so, those two still hold pretty strong to even now, especially if you're pre-Inazuma. Don't have access to Fate yet. Once you get Fate, then Fate kind of takes over as a decent all-around support artifact set.
You leave.
But of course, that's not until you get to Inazuma, and Inazuma's region is locked until you unlock it in story. Unlike, Sumeru and Fontaine, that you technically could legwork your way to if you really, really wanted to.
Just skip Inazuma altogether.
But
just be like, nah.
You're not gonna get into Inazuma unless you get there by story. Even if you manage to cheese your way across the water, if you get all the way out there, it'll teleport you back if you haven't gotten rid of the storm belt yet.
We may or may not have figured that out personally.
On stream.
Was that the Soggy Chaps thing?
No,
or was
Soggy
that
Chaps
another
we
thing?
actually
that was
made
when we
it across.
succeeded. Soggy Chaps were a resounding success.
I'm not even going to explain that. I'm just going to leave that where it is without context.
Oh no.
A caveat, while we're talking about effect sets, a caveat is another OG set, which is Wanderer's Troop, is also a good artifact set. It, generally speaking, kind of does a little bit of both of what Gladiator and Noblesse Oblige do, but specifically for ranged characters, Catalysts and Archers. And so, especially
how does it do what Noblesse does?
Well, I guess in terms of it can be used for either a DPS or a support character. So if you're using Wanderers, if you're using,
I was thinking from stat perspective.
Yeah, no. If you're using Wanderer's Troop, it's because the character is an archer, or because the character is a catalyst. And so it doesn't necessarily matter if they're support or DPS. You're using Wanderer's Troop because they're a catalyst or because they're an archer. And you want that bonus. If we're looking at actual stats, it does what Gladiator does. But Gladiator is primarily for claymores, swords, and polearms, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And then Wanderer's Troop is for bow and catalyst. So that's the distinction there. But those are like the 3 OG kings. and Noblesse has unfortunately been somewhat dethroned. But again, if you don't have access to Inazuma yet, and for some reason you're nesting around in Fontaine getting lost, you can still use Noblesse Oblige. I just started this game yesterday, but I heard that this new Fontaine region came out and they have underwater. I'm gonna go see.
You might be surprised.
The absolute chaos potato.
You understand how much I don't like that I have so much left in Inazuma?
True, but in order to get to like the next chunk, you only have to. Huh? You typically only have to do the Archon
like a domain
quest.
that I haven't unlocked, and I can't. Yeah, but you want to kind of be higher level to complete the Archon quest.
Fair.
To an extent, the Archon quest is the most scaled quest. Like it's the one that stays closest to you, as opposed to most things.
Oh, oh. So the problem is with
Wow, Silver. Wow.
She spends so long away from her account at any given point in time, so she gets rusty between gallivants across the countryside. That's all.
I really do. I really do.
Is she disappearing into the couch cushions for anyone else?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you're sinking into the couch cushions a little bit. Could you try that again a little slower?
Okay, goodbye.
No, wait. Oh, dear.
I might not have run back from couch cushions.
I'm hungry. Let's hunt.
Only one way to find out.
Oh, boy.
Anyway, on to Sara.
I can't jump.
Fair. Hold on to that thought. Right now you're in the couch cushions anyway, so we can't really hear you. So hold on to that nugget. We'll come back to it. We'll run through Sara's stuff real quick, and then we'll see if we can step back around. So, Sara, our little Tengu lady, who has some wings stashed away somewhere. No idea where. They're back there somewhere though. But anyway. Normal attack, Tengu bowmanship. Performs 5 consecutive shots with a bow. Charge attack performs a more precise aim shot. Again, a lot of this stuff on normal attacks is the same. Anyway, shot aiming, crackling lightning will accumulate at the arrowhead, and the arrow fully charged absorbs zero damage when the crow feather cover state. When state, a fully charged arrow will leave a crow feather. Fires a shower of arrows after falling and striking the ground. Oh, there she goes. She really into the Oh dear. Tengu Storm Call skill, again +3. Repeats rapidly with the speed of a Tengu of Crow Feather. Gain cover by 18 seconds, and when the oh my word, it's not working. Let me start. Retreats rapidly with the speed of a Tengu, summoning of the Crow Feather. Gains Crow Feather for 18, and when Kujo Sara fires a fully charged aim shot, cover will be consumed and leave feather at the target location. Crow Feathers will trigger Tengu Jurai. I'm going to say Jurai after a short time, dealing electro damage and granting the active character with an AoE. Granting the active character within its AoE and attack bonus based on Sara's base attack. The attack bonuses from different Tengu Jurai will not effects and will be determined by the Tengu Jurai to take effect. Okay. Burst casts down a Tengu Jurai Titan Breaker, dealing AoE electro damage. After a Titan Breaker spreads out into 4 consecutive of Tengu Jurai Storm Cluster the AoE electro damage. Tengu Jurai Storm Cluster can provide the active character within there with the same attack bonus as given by the elemental skill Tengu Storm Call. The added bindings of Tengu Jurai will not stack, and their effects and duration will be determined by the last Tengu Jurai to effect.
Let's hunt.
That's what we were talking about when we were saying that name of stuff is confusing sometimes. That was her burst. Subjugation Kokosendo. Passive skill, immovable will, crow feather cover state provided by Tengu Storm Call skill. Aim shots charge times are decreased by 60%, so her charge shot charges up faster. Decorum, when Tengu Jurai amps opponents. Kujo-Sara will restore 0.2 energy to all party members for 100%. For every 100% energy recharge she has. This effect can be triggered. And then her last passive is when dispatched on an expedition in Uzo, she consumes her time consumed is reduced by 25%. So she expedites faster.
You leave, you call me.
This is the way.
Okay. That is time. Let's go look at Constellation. Constellation 1, Crow's Eye. When the Tengu Jurai grant characters attack bonuses or hit opponents, the cooldown of Tengu Storm Call is decreased by 1 second. I believe that was her skill? Yes, that's her skill. So, when any of the Tengu Jurai grant a character an attack bonus, her skill cooldown is decreased by 1. Dark Wings, Constellation 2, Unleash Tengu Storm Call, again, skill. Tengu Storm Call will leave a weaker crowfeather at Kujo-Sara's original position that will deal 30% of its damage. So the little shockwave that happens at her crowfeather. The War Within, Constellation 3, increased the level of subjugation Kokose by 3. So that is her burst, I'm pretty sure. Yep. So increase the level of her burst by 3. Constellation 4, the number of Tengu Jurai Storm Cluster, the number of Tengu Jurai Storm Cluster released by subjugation. So there's a lot of. I believe the Storm Cluster is specifically after the initial shockwave, the shockwave that goes outward. Spell Singer, Constellation 5, increase the level of Tengu Storm Call by 3, so that is her skill. And then Sin of Pride, Constellation 6, the electro damage of characters who have had their attacks by Tengu Jurai, any of them, has its crit damage increased by 60%. So she buffs crit damage character using Tengu Jurai. That's Sara's story. She is very widely perceived as the electro support character, and is useful in buffing specifically the Raiden, but it doesn't have to be the Raiden. She can buff any electro character. But that is what people use her for.
And as a whole, I'm pretty sure just scales off of attack like most people. So personal damage is particularly important for most of, but if you are trying to give her a little more attack, damage always counts. But you'll mostly be stacking in charge for her, because often, especially with her, becomes very, very. Real elegy at the end works really well.
I do not.
But typically, you can just run a 4-star weapon that has. So easiest one is the Favonius mix.
Sacrificial is another one, though less so, but it works.
Sacrificial can't.
It's all that sacrificial allows you to use your skill one extra time. Because
assuming you get it.
Yeah, well, when you use a skill, it has a chance of refreshing your skill for you on the spot. That's all that sacrifice. Whereas Favonius Bow, as a part of the Favonius set, it gives you.
True.
The bonuses there. Do so no. Have a 5-star weapon in order to use Sara at all, actually, which is good because all of the support bows, despite my best efforts.
There's not really. I mean, what did I just?
LG of the
LG is really the only support star bow, and all the others are just. Well, you just have it. You can use the fade just to help her get G. But definitely wants a lot of energy. She's there's some limitations to an desperately cares about to do her job. She can still do it beforehand, but she's very beforehand.
Yeah.
But she in order to fully get into her, I am an electro support and I do it very well. For C6.
Yeah, she's not the typical.
Until then, she's just.
She's not the typical case of constellation lag where they have an active handicap before they have their constellation. She does her job okay without them, but she's genuinely good at it once she has hers. She steps in this me sort of aspect.
I'm hungry. Let's hunt.
Yeah, I guess before C6, most of her bonuses rely on her shooting the crow feather afterwards. Most people find it a little obnoxious to do. It depends on the person. But a fair amount of people, once she gets her burst, especially because I normally suggest these have typically already high. So the crow feather is less important to them, and they want the 60% crit damage bonus. So they use her basically to fire off her burst, swap.
Crits?
Sure.
Nom,
No.
So, and also this is referring to the crow feather state. This is what they're talking about. It has little feather particles around her, and then it follows her aim shot. Which this is how fast her aim shot normally charges, and then that is how fast with her crow feather state.
Yeah. So not a whole lot of Sara unless there's any questions about it. She's a very narrow character. She's very niche. She kind of does one thing. That's it.
She exists for the Shogun. Which is funny because the Shogun doesn't even need the help. She exists to help the one person to do independent women. Dear.
All right.
Next is Kuki Shinobu. Ow! I have
You just got shot.
So, I have sacrifice himself. He just recharged, which is what that little clock was. So anyone that wanted to see sacrificial action, that was it. If you somehow managed to not see it up to this point, I'm pretty sure people know what the sacrificial weapons do. Sacrificial is another individual weapon. So there is a sword, there is a bow, and there is a catalyst. There is not a polearm.
Still feel gypped.
Oh dear. Right. Moving on is the ninja cookie.
The cookiest of ninjas.
My continue outfit, but oh well.
Fair.
Ninja. Normal attack. Shinobu's shadow sword. Sorry, words. Normal attack. Performs up to 4 charge attack. Consumes a certain amount of stamina. 2 rapid sword strike attack. Plunges strike dealing damage along the path and dealing AoE damage by back. More. Sanctifying ring, which is her skill, which is fun. I think she says something along that there when you're using her when used. Oh, she says is what she said. It's also odd, but never mind. Sanctifying ring, a what? Why is it called a grass ring?
I have no idea why it's called a grass ring.
Okay. Grants a grass ring of 7 for HP, dealing electro damage to nearby opponents. Grass ring of sanctification. So, what she just made. Follows your current active character around, deal electro damage to nearby opponents every 1 to 5 seconds and restores HP as a healer. Within the ring's AoE based on Kuki Shinobu's max HP. So, maxing out her HP makes her healing better. There you go. The HP consumption from skill can only bring her up to healing consumption from using this skill can only bring her up to 20% HP. Is that talking about healing yourself?
How much she can take from herself, it will only go down so far.
Okay. The HP consumption. Okay, got it. So the HP consumption. Just the sound of spleen blinking into the void. Which is sad because the call hasn't even closed for me yet. Oh wait, hold on, I think that was it. Yeah, I finally did. Okay, so let me read that again just to make sure I have that correct in my own head. The HP consumption from using this skill can only bring her up to 20% HP. They should say down to 20% HP. I think that's what was wrong. Her to 20% HP.
Fair.
But yeah. So she can't kill herself with it, is basically what that means.
Which is nice.
Oh dear.
Just let me know if you ever find yourself in a pinch.
Okay, so I'm going to say, Gyoe, Nurukami Kari Yami right. That is the only time I'm saying that. That is her burst. Stabs and what?
Just I'm only saying that once.
Stabs an evil.
Actually pronounced it pretty well.
If the Arataki gang stirs up any trouble, I'll drag
Stabs an
every last
evil
one of them
excoriating blade into the ground. Is that what it says? Excoriating. That's what it says. Excoriating blade into the ground, creating a field that cleanses the area of all that is foul, dealing continuous electro damage to opponents within its AoE based on Shinobu's max HP. So you've already heard. HP boosts her healing, it also boosts her damage. So, if Shinobu's HP is, which is hilarious, but Shinobu's HP is less than or equal to 50% when the skill is used, the field will last longer. So, if she has more HP, you get a little bit more oomph out of her burst. Or no, is when she has lower HP, when that you get a little oomph out of her burst. Am I reading that correctly? If Shinobu's HP is less than or equal to 50%, the skill is when the skill is used, the field will last longer. So yeah, if she's below 50%, you get an extra oomph out of her burst.
Mm-hmm.
Slightly less.
So it's kind of like a defense skill.
Not necessarily, because it doesn't push
really.
back. It doesn't say anything about knockback, or else I'd agree with you.
Just let me know if you ever find yourself in a pinch.
But it doesn't say anything about knockback. Like, for example, when we were looking at Lisa's, her burst knocks people out of its field, which is stupid. But, theoretically, she could use it to, create a field around her. This one doesn't do that.
Right.
This one just attacks people within the field, but it doesn't push them back. So it doesn't get them to back off. It just does damage. When Shinobu's HP is not higher than 50%, so we're back to the below 50% again, her healing bonus is increased by, so she does more healing, and her field lasts slightly longer when she's below 50%. Excuse me. Her HP bonus is increased by 15%. That is Breaking Free. Heart's Repose. Sanctifying Ring, that's her skill. Skills abilities will be boosted based on Shinobu's elemental mastery. Healing amount will be increased by 75% of elemental mastery. Damage dealt is increased by 25% of elemental mastery. So if her elemental mastery is high, which is useful for her considering that she is Electro, which means she can tag team with Dendro. So I would say focus on her HP first, and if you get some good elemental mastery stuff out of that, then bonus. So you can get an extra. She's one of those people that likes to pretend that she skills on elemental mastery. But she can get some genuine benefit from it. Her last passive talent gains 25% more rewards when dispatched in an expedition. So when you send her on expedition, she comes back with a few extra goodies, specifically in Inazuma. Probably stolen from somebody on the way back.
The criteria for certificate exams are straightforward enough.
Bruh.
What it really comes down to is whether you.
So yeah, Kuki is interesting, especially because outside of Dendro, she doesn't do super well in most other teams. She can do okay in an Electro Charged, but typically there are better options for that. But she does great with Dendro. What's that?
I wouldn't put her in Electro Charged, but that's just me.
But she was designed to go with Dendro. She just got released early in Inazuma, so she didn't do well for a while. But now, granted, if you're going for sheer healing, then yes, her HP is what you're going for. Weapons for her. Only 5-star really would be Freedom Sworn, because it's the support sword. And then you can go for the any gacha or battle pass weapon that has like an elemental mastery bonus. But the Iron Sting will be the easiest to obtain and is a great one to work with. Not only because of elemental mastery, but also because its elemental damage boosts. Dealing elemental damage just boosts damage in general. So Iron Sting is just a fantastic weapon for anyone you plan doing reactions with. And so even though she might not get the most out of her elemental mastery, quote unquote, for her own kit, because she only gets 25% to her damage of her ring and 75% to her healing, which does help her healing out and helps equalize the fact those straight HP scaling, I believe, is still higher. She does scale, quote unquote, very well on Elemental Mastery because of the teams she's typically put in, i.e., Dendro teams.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, like if you're not, unless you're like, if you're really planning to lean into the Dendro, then you can focus on her Elemental Mastery. But
Yeah,
if you're not pairing her with Dendro, then I wouldn't work to get the Elemental Mastery extra. I wouldn't put in extra to get the Elemental Mastery unless I'm putting her on a team with
If you
Dendro.
ever find yourself in a pinch, I can help you out.
yeah. Now this is personal bias. I wouldn't build her unless I was putting her in a Dendro team. I just think that any other team out there really could just use someone else outside of
But you never
incredibly
know
niche
what
scenarios.
scenario you might be stuck with a Shinobu. Maybe like, I don't know, on one of our stupid boss runs. It's happened before, I'm sure.
Well, fair, but people don't typically operate under our boss run rules.
This is
So
very true.
outside
It
of
doesn't
very
matter.
unique
That's what we do.
scenarios, fair. Outside of very
Also-
unique scenarios, you will typically stack her. You typically care about her elemental mastery more. Her attack values by themselves aren't fantastic. Her burst isn't great for damage, but because of the number of times it hits fields that are weak to Electro, that her burst isn't super necessary.
If you study and practice,
So not saying it's not bad, but it's not as vital to as some people that like genuinely like rely on the burst. Like Bennett desperately wants his burst to be up on cooldown. Kuki doesn't need that. It doesn't hurt her to have it, but she doesn't need it. But yeah, for artifacts, I mean, a lot of the Dendro stuff that works for Dendro people, ironically, works for her as well, just because most of them are just elemental mastery or Dendro reactions in general. And as already mentioned, she was basically built to work with Dendro. She was just released at country early.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Genshin.gg puts out a good one of the Flower of Paradise Lost, which increases not only elemental mastery, but also electro reactions as a whole. And what she does. It's what she's great at. One of her teams to try to be in. And nudged her on that. Yes, you can use other arrows, but she kind of is at the top for it.
Fair.
But yeah, there's she's also shockingly niche for being a healer, kind of like Sara. But she can work as, if you really want the electro element and just a healer, you can do that as well. It's just very rare occasions where that becomes required, but they do exist.
I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties.
I think, interestingly enough, if you don't have the Iron Sting and you still want to get her Elemental Mastery, you could give her the Dark Iron Sword, which you can talk to one of the merchants in Leeway about. It's the only one of its kind in the game, and you can throw it away, so I would suggest locking it if you are a collector. But it's the only 3-star sword that has an elemental mastery substat. So if you wanted to go that way, you could. If you didn't have any billets to make a Iron Sting.
Fair enough.
So that 3-piece sword, it's the only one of its kind, so you can't get a duplicate.
No, you can't.
Correct. It is a refinement 1, the only one of its kind.
But it is very easy to get. All you have to do is get the leeway, and then I believe you have to talk to the guy Is his name Liam? You have to talk to the guy next to the guy
I
that
don't
sells you
remember.
groceries.
I just remember you talked to one of the either to a merchant or one of the guys next to a merchant. I forget which.
Yeah, he's next to the guy that sells you groceries. I think his name is Liam, but I'm not entirely sure. I collect my groceries on a regular basis, so.
Fair.
The criteria for certificate exams are straightforward enough. What it
But
really
yeah.
comes down to is whether you are willing to put in the
That's
time.
about her story.
If you study and practice, then it's really
If you do take her out of a Dendro team, Thundering Fury becomes an okay set. If you're going for like her own damage.
The Thundering Fury focuses so
even
much on
still,
reactives, though. Would you not want to use Thundering Fury in a case where you're pairing her with Dendro still? Like, it's definitely a valid option.
Yeah. Well, why I say that is because, okay, Flower of Paradise Lost is because it starts with Elemental Mastery versus Electro damage. It's better for the Dendros because the Dendro just does better, and because it's a later artifact set, it's a little stronger, I think, than the Thundering Fury.
Fair.
If you're going for her personal damage while doing it, then Gilded Dreams works well because it gives her a lot of. It can give her a chunk of Elemental Mastery as well.
Yeah. Gilded Dreams,
especially if she's the only Electro on the team.
Gilded Dreams is her top pick. It looks like at 36%.
Fair. It does depend on. For farming reasons, I would say Gilded Dreams is still better. I think technically Paradise Lost might win in pure reaction sense, but Gilded Dreams is also paired with the Dendro domain.
Yeah, I was gonna
so
say it's paired
you can
with
basically
Deepwood.
farm 2 for 1. Paradise Lost is paired with Scaramouches, isn't it?
Yeah, Pavilion. But you would only go there if you had Scaramouche or really wanted Paradise Lost.
Yeah, so I think they're close enough, but there's not too large of a difference. So for simplicity's sake, I would just go for Gilded Dreams because other support Dendros will want the Deepwood set, and Gilded Dreams is just a good overall reaction based set for most things. But Paradise Lost is a little more narrow, a little better for specifically Dendro. It's just for artifact farming, I prefer to farm at domains that I don't care which of the artifacts I get, and I don't have Scaramouche, and so I don't really care. So I would personally farm Gilded Dreams for that one. But maybe if you're early on and you don't feel like walking into walking maybe like all the way into Sumeru yet, you could supplement with a Thundering Fury set until then.
Thundering Fury is a good OG fallback for Electros when you're focusing on reactions.
All right. Do we have anything else you can think of to add, or should we head on to the next one?
We're actually going to be heading into break here in a second because we are at the 2-hour mark. So we're going to be taking a 15 in just a second here.
All right.
I do want to take just a moment to pull up Lisa's recommended sets. We already discussed this a bit, but her recommended sets were Thundering Fury first, and then followed by Emblems of Her Fate, and then last was Gilded Dreams.
To the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and
fair.
Razors, his top is actually Gladiator, and Pale Flame is listed second for him. And then third combination is a 2-piece Chivalry with a 2-piece Pale Flame. So really leading into the physical damage on that because both of those 2 pieces buff physical damage by 25%.
Right.
And Sara's top picks were Emblem of Severed Fate at almost 80%. And then that is chased with a Noblesse Oblige. So Noblesse Oblige would be coming in for that burst damage.
Oh, one of the things I wanted to throw out,
Mhm.
just for the sake of maybe if you're just getting into building someone or anything, or maybe you just don't have access or haven't farmed the pieces of any of these recommendeds that is being given out,
Mhm.
or the people that have, I mean, you can look at these sets as a great idea for what they scale off of if it's not immediately obvious, kind of like Kuki Shinobu, where she has elemental mastery, but she kind of scales off of just the general usefulness of elemental mastery rather than the kit herself. And you're wondering, like, oh, should I put her as a healer? Should I put her as elemental mastery? You can look at these sets as a idea, and then you can just, for example, you can look at Sara's two. Say you don't have a 4-piece of Emblem of Severed Fate, but you see that the 2-piece focuses on energy recharge. Well, you can look into other sets that give that, maybe for stuff that gives energy recharge, like maybe you only have a 2-piece of energy, or some of the early 4-star sets. One of them gives energy recharge plus 20%. Another one that can get used as kind of like a holdover, especially for people that are based on reactions, like Kuki Shinobu, is the instructor set. And that one is a 4-star capped, but that has a 2-piece of elemental mastery plus 80. So you can kind of look at these and get an idea and take maybe 2-piece sets with either, whatever they scale off of, be that elemental mastery, energy recharge, or maybe just go for a 2-piece attack if just to boost their own damage as a holdover. So you can keep that in mind if you don't have full sets, either because you haven't farmed it yet, you don't have the domain, it's locked behind a country, you're just getting started, what have you. And so you can look, 2-piece pairs work really well still, even though they might not be optimal. You can still use those as a good idea, especially the ones that are like, so for example, the Shimenawa set that's on screen, where you have, it's 2-piece, plus 18% attack, and then it goes through all this other stuff for the 4-piece. Well, like 5 or 6 sets have 2-piece 18% attack. And so you could grab a 2-piece Gladiators and a 2-piece Shimenawas, or one of the other, I think 2 or 3 sets that have that, and you can put those together, and the character will still do solid. They won't necessarily demand the 4-star, the 4-piece set in order to function well.
Yeah, because I think Shimenawa has a 2-piece attack, Gladiator has a 2-piece attack, Echoes from the Chasm also has a 2-piece attack, and then Vermilion also has a 2-piece attack. And there might be others, but those are the 4 that come to mind off the top of my head.
Does it matter which 2 you use, or can it be any of the set?
If you're using like an attack 2-piece, what you're talking about, all of those do the same thing. So if you're using a 2-piece attack set, you can swap out any of those. Like this one says Shimenawa, but you could sub this for any of the other 2-piece attack sets. So this could be Gladiator, this could be Echoes, this could be Vermilion. They all give 2-piece attack bonus 18%. So for that, and
you
there
will still
are
need
other
2 of the same set. They don't you can't have like 1 of each of the 5 and get 2 of them. You'd have to have 2 of the Shimenawas and then 2 of the Gladiators, and they would each give you, so you would have 2 2-piece set bonuses of plus 18% attack.
Yes.
Okay, so they would add on to each other.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. They do stack. And there are other reactions. There are other 2-piece reactions that do the same thing.
It's so hard to remember what stacks or what doesn't.
Just about everything stacks in this game for the most part.
If things don't stack,
There's
they will say
very
they don't.
little that doesn't.
Yeah, most things
If
will
the
say when they
Arataki
don't
gang
stack.
stirs up any
But
trouble, I'll drag every
I think I've
last
been
one
playing
of
too
them
much
back to the
Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild because nothing stacks in that game.
but like we were looking at something a minute ago.
True story.
Is it Gilded Dreams that has the 2-piece plus 80? Yeah,
Elemental
Gilded
Mastery.
2-piece plus 80 Elemental Mastery. Wondrous Troop does that too, which is more
Yeah.
accessible. And so if that's all you want, just the 2-piece effect, you don't have to go all the way to Sumru to get it. You can get that from Wondrous Troop. And because the specificity towards helping, catalysts and archers only kicks in for Wondrous Troop's 4-piece. So you can give the 2-piece to anyone that needs elemental mastery.
Yeah.
Can I also just note that Gilded Dreams is a very pretty set?
It is.
I was like, it's very, very, very attractive, attractive set pieces.
Mm-hmm. Fair. Yeah, very nice. But with that, we will go ahead and we'll transition to our break. We will be coming back with Dori in 15 minutes. So, everyone stand up, stretch your legs, use the bathroom. In my case, get a bowl of cereal because I'm hungry. Get some water, grab a snack. We'll be back in 15 minutes. We're ready to kill the insanity. Hopefully.
Okay.
We're back with Dori. We can head to students. Normal attack, marvelous dance. Modified? What is the modified?
Probably the fact that the genius.
Okay. Anyway, I don't think there's anything special about her normal attack. Spins.
No. There's a little bit when her skill kicks in, but that'll get to then.
Yeah, that's addressed under her skill. So we'll just go ahead and jump to the skill. So talent. Spirit warding lamp, troubleshooter cannon.
Be sure to befriend them.
No, sorry for muttering. I said maybe that might be actually correlation. I forget.
Well, we'll see. Okay. Direct spirit warding fire off a troubleshooter shot at opponents, dealing electro damage. After the troubleshooter shot hits, two after a sales service round that will automatically track nearby opponents to deal electro damage. Oh dear. The names of people's stuff just always has me. Okay. So I believe that like after her troubleshooting shot apparently hit something, there's like extra shots. It looks like it comes out of the person it hits. Talking about. You would know. You use her all the time. I'll explain her characters.
No.
I have to back out.
Later, Fluffy. Fluffy's on her way out.
Bye.
The stream bids you farewell. Oh, never mind. She's already gone. Anyway, Alcazar's exactitude. Okay.
Alcazar's exactitude.
All right then. Summons forth the genie in the lamp to give the client various kinds of aid. Genie connects to a nearby character. The connected character will continuously restore HP based on his max HP. So she's an HP scaling healer. Continuously energy, so she's a battery. And be affected by Electra. Probably the bite in all of this. I feel like that could backfire. When a connector between the touch's opponents, it will deal 1 instance of electro damage to them every 0.4 seconds. Only one genie can enter, so that's related to co-op. If you have multiple in your world, there will be genie on the field. That's the burst. Passive talent, an eye for gold connected to genie. So weird burst. Triggers an electro charge, superconduct, overloaded, quicken, aggro, basically all electro reactions. After character connected to genie triggers an electro reaction, down of the spirit warding lamp, troubleshooter cannon is decreased 1. So that is her skill. Her skill. Her skill's cooldown specifically ticks down by 1 every time a reaction is triggered by someone connected to her genie. So I believe that's just referring specifically to her burst. And it says this effect can be triggered once every 3 seconds. And then second passive, Contrast, so this is the one that unlocks at level 7. When the troubleshooter shot or after sales, so the shots that come out from her skill hit an opponent, Dori will restore 5 mental energy for 100% energy recharge possessed per spirit warding lamp. Only 1 instance of energy rest to be triggered and a maximum of 15 energy for this way.
With enough morale, you can afford
Oh, hold on. So when troubleshoot your shots, so when off from her skill, hit opponents, Dori will store 5 elemental 100% energy return. So she gets an extra boost from her skill when she has this talent. And specifically to her regeneration.
But I also see the meaning in all the
Or not her regeneration. To her energy. So her still produces extra particles. She's beneficial because she has a costly
or less,
burst.
but just for her.
Which she has a costly burst, so that is advantageous. And that is a she gets out of just leveling up constellations. So constellation level 1, additional investment. The number of sales service rounds created by troubleshooter shot is increased. So that's ahead of her skill. She gets now 3 little splats that come out from the initial hit. Constellation. When you're in combat and the genie hits the character is connected to, you will fire a genie from the character's position to deal 50% of Dori's attack. When the genie heals, okay. And the genie heals the character is connected to. I feel like I want to see it right now. What the earth does that look like?
That's a great question.
For constellations.
Oh, I do. I just typically play her with Nivelette, so kind of got lost in the bois.
We will see if we can produce that. We'll see if we can take a look. Wanderer's Notice. Love Exactitude by 3. That is a to
the discerning palate. Mondstadt while water from Liyue has an
discretionary supplement. The character connected to the genie, so connected to her burst, will obtain the following buffs based on current HP and energy. So that's theirs, not hers. When their HP is lower than 50% incoming healing bonus. When their energy is less than 50%, they will gain 30% energy recharge. So you have more bang for buck, keeping with money focused terminology. When you're low on I imagine that only lasts up until you're outside of the field. So like it gives you a boost up until you're over 50% or under 50%.
It's a limited time sale.
Catch it while it's hot. Value of More, Constellation 5, increase the level of skill by 3. And then Sparkling Weight 6, Dori gains leveling effects for 3 seconds after using her skill. Electro Fusion, imagine for her sword. And when attacks hit opponents, all party members heal HP equivalent to 4% of Dori's max HP. This type of healing can occur once every 0.1 seconds. So when normal attack all nearby party members. Okay.
From her skill, that's what I was thinking of when why her normal attacks really matter.
Gotcha. Cool. Okay. So, for weapons, appears to scale on HP. That seems
Indeed, she does.
That seems to be the only thing that seems to be mentioned in here. So, I assume she would probably benefit from an HP scaling sword. There aren't many of those, though. So, since she does have a cost burst, I feel like she could also benefit from having an energy recharge sword.
She almost exclusively. I mean, there are, as you said, some that have HP mores. There's not a ton of them, and most of them aren't very good. Typically, you just go with energy recharge for her. Favonius is always a common one for support because it helps the rest of the team. Sacrificial can also work if you're just going, if you wanted to like prioritize an electro battery for her, or if you want to make her the electro battery.
Yeah.
If you're just trying to get very quickly and the rest of the team's energy, maybe a team that don't really need it, just trying to get her burst, the graphical claymore is actually really good for that.
Is that
Like an oversized katana.
Yeah, kinda, yeah. Yeah.
The oversized katana is the craft Inazuma. I think refined. But I like the sword. I think it's neat. So I was a little biased when I read it. It's super useful. Most people don't think it's that useful. You get it, which is fair. Yeah. But it can help you quite well just because of its path, and can give you a decent chunk of energy back.
Fair.
Mostly for just her, and most people again because it doesn't really come into its own until its higher refinements. So, like for example, even at refinement 1, you lose 3, but seconds you gained 9. So you're only plus 6, which isn't that big, but it, so refinements do matter for that. Favonius sword works critical again if you're more focusing on her or an electro battery. And then I'd put craft sword third. I would put it of how it. The numerous looks like it's also for her if you want her on a Dendro team. The energy recharge to keep her up and running. She's another one that doesn't really 5-star sword. Just not typically what her get where she's going. The pride is an artifacts are beautiful. Kind of standard. If you just put her in a team, Noblesse works pretty well for her because her burst can do damage. Dori's not, unless you specifically build her for it. Dori do damage if you build if you want her to be healer. She's not great at the job. I'm just going to be honest with you. So Noblesse can work well for if just for the benefit. If you do put her on a Dendro team, then you can dump her and on Deep Wood Marine so that you can proc the 4P and let the actual Dendro characters run something else and to get highest. And so you boost your, let's say, DPS, then she will lose. So Deepwood Memory is an option. It's a bit weird to think about at first. It can be done. Well, if you're sticking with Faka, you could go in the energy recharge to go for like an Emblem of Severed Fate and another. Is there another 2-piece one that does energy recharge? Maybe not.
Off the top of my head,
one's not coming to mind. But you could pick a 2-piece energy recharge and a 2-piece HP percent just to get her some more health to heal more. She's another. She's healing and kind of it, but she does help on-field character also regenerate energy. And she is one of the characters that most people look at her and she kind of looks like she was designed for co-op, because since she only heals the on-field character unless she has her C6 or auto attacks, she doesn't really. There's always that danger of swapping to the person you want to, and that they might get one before the healing actually kicks in.
Fair.
There's always that she's healer. Oh, she's a risky healer because she's with gambling and money. But
no.
So there is that, but I mean, it attaches to her genie attaches itself, the little string attach range. There also have Dori, and you would basically quadruple the effects of the genie, in which case it becomes fantastic because it will heal everyone and it will at the same time. So she becomes exponentially stronger as you add more people in co-op. So now, granted, a lot of people don't co-op just because Genshin typically doesn't need it. People, but for those that do like friends like us, or if you're maybe helping someone who's less far along, then Dori can even better on those because of not only healing but also giving energy back. She just has to make sure that she has and she has her burst up and ready. But yeah, her damage is we don't talk about her damage. Okay. That's oh, I see Klee chucking bombs at me. Child, what are you doing?
I was trying to get you to take damage so I could see this. I don't see a tiny genie.
Like, she's kind of like Bennett in the fact that her on-field healing is actually solidly strong. You just have to make sure that you before the healing kicks in. And she can heal full instead of 70%.
God, that he has that never goes away. You don't get a salt for that.
Yeah, I do like Dori. She's not optimal in most cases, especially since this. But she's still a fun character to she may not be premier in
Something.
in co-op. She shines.
I want to see the genie. There's the 3 extra shots from the initial hit. No talents. So
Talents. We have no talents.
we have no talents. Bruh. I tried my burst.
How close did you get?
Not. I have a 4 soul now.
Not. Do you have
None.
Oh, I thought you said she had no.
There we go.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I can have that.
Seriously, Spring?
Well, water. So, like I was going for, because so typically when Yao hits you, he pricks you with Dendro, and so if you're also you trigger burning on yourself, but you were standing in water, so it immediately put us out.
This is enough. I just want to see if this like actually looks like a thing. I wanted to see the tiny genie. I was super stoked for it. It doesn't do.
There is a tiny genie.
Yeah, but it made it sound like, a tiny genie was like gonna come and punch me or something.
It's coming to munch you?
Doesn't it sound kind of like that?
I didn't pick up on that, personally. Are you talking about the, where was that? Was that one of her compilations?
First, by 30%.
Constellation.
Still feel like they're getting a bargain.
Oh, it will fire. Well, you have to be in Conpad, though. You can't, it's not just.
Well, you killed everything.
That's her C2.
I couldn't get
To be in combat and the genie character it's connected to.
You keep killing everything, so I don't get to see that either. Where are all the plebs at?
Away!
Hiya! Missed. Get wrecked. He drowned.
Pleb.
And he just drowned me now.
Good Geovisha Pashling.
That'll kill me.
Will provide energy.
Okay.
I'll kill him with stuff and we'll get energy. You can like walk over after he's dead.
Hiya!
Oh, I shouldn't have done that button.
Man. Where are the plebs?
A couple of them even.
I'll just stand here and
Electro's right across the bridge.
yeah. Fire. Burn, baby, burn.
That is not how that crossbow works, boy.
He's doing his best. Oh my.
I've been wronged by the universe.
Oh no! This is terrible. I'm sorry.
Okay, you can go ahead and say hi to the Hilichurls.
Okay,
Use your energy up.
almost. Piece by piece. Oh, I hear air. Is that...
Hi.
Oh, hi.
What?
Explain stuff.
Stop healing myself?
Yes, you're a part of this.
Oh, I am? Yeah, there's your little genie tube. You see it?
Okay, I see. Splat. Ow.
And it appears that even though it's healing you, it also fires from me because I'm also being healed from it, even though I'm not. Because overhealing still counts as healing.
which is great for ocean hued clam, which is actually one of our.
What? Dori has a recommended clam?
Yeah, ocean hued clam tends to be recommended for healers across the board. There are very few that aren't recommended ocean hued clam.
Yeah, I can do it. It's not.
I'm not saying it's best, but like,
she doesn't really need the healing bonus.
This is based.
Fair. She can use it. I wouldn't say it's necessarily bad for her, but I would probably noblesse first.
Yeah, her first recommended bless at 20% is about, and then her second combination is tenacity and fate, which she scales on HP, so that makes sense. And then fate because she has a calcium burst.
Yeah. But I mean, ocean hued clam can work.
Anyway.
Nothing really stopping it from working.
Nice. We get the idea with Dori. Next. Because we're trying to do this a little bit faster.
Who's next?
Next is Boss Lady herself, Beidou.
Oh, I was like, Raiden?
I also thought Raiden.
Electro Mommy?
No.
Yay, I'm uncomfortable!
Not the goal.
Oh, dear.
I don't know what you're talking about, that's my goal.
Ah!
I met somebody who quit Genshin out a girl.
That's concerning. In many ways.
Because he animates a male character like I don't want to know. I don't want to know the story. I don't want to know the game. Nope.
If you ever want to trade,
Okay,
and I said, but you watch
expected.
Yeah. No, it was nothing. He was just like, no. I said, you watch anime? And yeah, I do. Doesn't mean that I'm okay with every trope in it.
No.
Okay, I'll give him that.
Beidou, tell me all about Beidou.
She grabbed big stick and she go boom boom.
Pretty much. That's probably why I played her for so long.
Ironically, that is not what she does.
I give her the biggest, most dangerous weapon, and then I just bash people's heads in. Isn't that what I'm saying?
I mean, you can. That's just not what she's good at.
That's not what she's good at.
Technically, no.
On a technicality, not. I mean, like I said earlier, anyone you can make into a DPS if you try hard enough. It's just that's not Beidou's natural role.
I'm not even getting months, Nathan. Months I have used Beidou.
I know.
Are you sad?
Because I went through it with Fluffy first, and so I already was used to it.
At least Kiwi knew
correct
that.
Me.
At least Beidou had a held variant of her skill, because Fluff had to be told that. We figured that part
out. What is it called? When you hold the skill and then
attacking.
Parrying, that's what it is. You know, holding the E skill and propping it him. Somebody attacks me.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I played her for months.
Well, let's go ahead and see what she has to
offer.
offer.
We can see that a little bit.
So, skill is called Tide Caller. Worry about should anyone raise a hand against her or her men, she will avenge it tenfold with sword and thunder. Tap. Accumulator lightning. Beidou swings her blade forward fiercely, dealing electro damage. Hold. Lifts her weapon up as a shield. Max damage absorption scales off of Beidou's max HP. Attacks when the energy restored within the great sword attacks using the energy restored with the great sword upon release or its ability duration expires. Does it say how it is?
Yeah, I mean, it should do that in the skill attributes.
It's like a couple seconds. It's really,
Right. Not
but I like the perpetual shield. Just hold it.
So it does not tell you how long that is, but like we said, it's not that long. Greatest damage bonus will be obtained once this is triggered twice. So they're talking about the damage absorption still, which you hold shield up because there's a change in her stance when she makes hits, and you can see the
a little bit.
because the following properties have 250 electro damage, so she absorbs electro attacks more effectively. So she neutralizes more electro damage. Electro element to Beidou upon activation. So she applies electro when she.
I'm sorry. Hand raised.
Yes.
Her shield only neutralizes.
No, it neutralizes more effective.
250%. So let's say someone's attack does 1,000 damage. Most people don't hit that softly, but let's say the damage. So if you go into her skill attribute, it'll say her shield absorbs, depending on what level it's at, some thousand damage plus percentage of her HP. Let's just say that suppose up to 5,000. So from any source of damage, let's say physical or pyro or anything, then 5 of those hits before her shield breaks. However, if getting hit entirely with electro attacks, let's say from the electro hypostasis, since it only has since she can take that 200% better than 5,000, she can take 12,500 from the electro.
Oh. Okay. That's why you buff like shield strength. It'll take more damage before it breaks.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. That's all. I'm sorry. I got real confused. Please continue. I am aware now.
There we go. We good.
Moving on to her first. Following her slaying of the great beast Haitian, calls upon that monstrous strength to create a thunder beast charge. I'm gonna go for charge. Dealing electro
I think
damage
it's a different word for a shield.
Yeah, dealing nearby opponents. Thunder beast. When normal and charged attacks hit, create a lightning discharge that can jump between opponents, dealing electro damage, increases the character's resistance to interruption and decreases damage taken. Some of one lightning discharge can be triggered once per second.
It's hard to remain on dry land.
Mm-hmm.
Passive, retribution. Counterattacking with skill. At the precise when the character is hit grants the maximum damage bonus. So that keeps you from having to hold for 2 hits. You get the one thing in on the tap.
Mm-hmm.
And then Lightning Storm, her second passive, gain 10 seconds after unleashing skill with maximum damage bonus. So that is either on her perfect tap. from retribution. Damage dealt by normal and charged attacks is increased by 15%. Attack speed and normal and charged attacks is increased by 15%. Greatly reduced before unleashing charged attacks. So she's a barrage claymore charge attack. So instead of the spinning kind, most of which we've seen thus far, she is one of those ones slowly moves forward while unleashing a volleys. So she does what, for instance, D-Luke does.
Ready.
True.
I like the barrage more than spinning. I find hard to control.
Fair. And then her other passive talent is adventure based, and she reduces her swimming consumption for your own party members by 20%. Not stackable with passive talents at the same time. So, those are her talents. Constellations. CB constellation. When Stormbreaker, I think that was her burst. Yep.
That's her burst.
So, yeah. Stormbreaker creates a shield
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
When Stormbreaker is used, it absorbs up to 16% of Beidou's max HP for 15 seconds. The shield absorbs electro damage 250% more effectively.
Old beer after
So that's another boost to her burst shield. So I think when you don't have constellations, I believe, I don't know for sure, but I believe when you don't have her constellations, when you use her burst, I'm going to assume you see dragons swirling around her, and then with this constellation, you see the full shield form around her for her burst.
Yeah, the two dragons will always be there, and then for this one, the shield will come up around them and the dragons. But if your shield breaks, the dragons will still be there.
Yes. Constellation 2, Stormbreaker. So burst, Arc Lightning can jump up to 2 additional targets. So, that was when she does her burst, she creates chain lightning. This makes it jump a couple extra times.
If you ever want to trade
Summoner of Storm, Constellation 3, increase the level of skill by 3, it looks like. That's her skill, right? Yeah. Normally people get a boost to their burst first, so it's interesting she got a boost to her skill first. Constellation 4, upon being attacked, Beidou's normal attacks gain an additional instance of 20% electro damage for 10 seconds. I wonder if that's exclusively when she takes damage, or if it's just something attacked her and hit her, even if it was blocked by her shield.
Nothing like it.
I would assume
It would be damage.
It would count the shield, but I don't play beta, so I'm not sure.
Interesting.
Say it again. I might know.
Upon being attacked, Beidou's normal attacks gain an additional instance of 20% electro damage.
Oh.
Remain on dry land for so long. Never quite seem to get my land.
I don't pay attention to details. I plead the fifth.
But you just explained. Why would you plead the fifth after saying something?
Oh, right, because pleading the fifth does not claim ignorance. It just means I don't want to say anything. Never mind, I retract all statements. Strike it from the record. Objection,
The long,
Your
drawn-out
Honor.
version of I plead
Hearsay.
the fifth as I refuse to answer on the grounds it may incriminate me.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Objection. That hurts my case.
Objection on myself.
Dear guys, we're not to Yanfei yet. Save the judge
If you ever
jokes
wanna
for when
trade
we get to
tactics, I'm
Sorry.
always ready.
No, it'll go so much faster because I've arrived at my destination and I actually have to go. So
Oh
I'm sorry. I don't. But you won't have my scintillating conversation and distraction, so you'll go much faster. The
Oh,
But it
analytical
okay.
helps.
people will be here.
But
Oh, okay.
you don't get to ask the questions in real time. I mean, granted, you
I
can
know.
rewatch the VOD later and then just ask us afterwards. But
Yep. I will watch the VOD later, and then I will have a Word document that I will send to you both
If you
and
ever
be
wanna trade
like,
tactics, I'm always ready.
Bruh.
question.
it sounds like a plan.
Okay. So, but have fun, guys. You guys can do it. I believe in you.
We'll get there.
We do our best.
We're
Thanks for the help.
no problem.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Later. Okay. Constellation 5 increases the level of Stormbreaker, so that's her burst. By 3.
Mm-hmm.
Bane of Evil, Constellation 6. During the duration.
If you ever wanna trade tactics, I'm always ready.
During the
Mm-hmm.
duration of burst, the electro res of surrounding opponents is decreased by 15%.
Indeed.
Okay.
And so, Miss Beidou's weapons definitely depends on the type of playstyle you're going for Beidou.
She's
But
mostly attack scaling. Her shield scales on HP though. So for damage she scales on attack. For her shield she scales on HP. So it depends on how much use you want to actually make it for shield, which since that's her primary thing, I would assume you'd be using it for that. But some people seem to
it
just try to go in
depends
all
on.
damage.
It's hard to remain
Yeah,
on
it
dry
depends
land
on
for so
what.
long. Never quite seem to get my
It
land
depends on
legs
how you do it.
Mhm.
Typically, you don't really have to put into her HP for it to be significant, so long as it's. I mean, what was your skill was now? Granted, yours was level 11, but wasn't it like 3,000 hit points plus like 25% of her HP? So even if let's say she averages 20k, which most people will do unless you unless you like fully commit into dealing just damage, she'll probably be around 20k hit points. So that's still like 8,000 of a shield for her skill, which will typically always block one attack.
Mhm.
Unless someone hits like super hard. But
She's just standing there like, oh,
GG
what happened, Beidou?
Genshin.gg
Nothing. That guy just hit like
recommends
a truck.
he's like a truck. They recommend Wolf's Gravestone or Serpent Spine, which well, one's a 5-star and one's a battle pass, so those
It's
aren't
hard to remain on dry land for
We
the
so
are
long.
not the
most
same.
helpful.
Never quite seem to get my land legs back.
Yeah, typically, most attack scaling swords will be fine. You don't really need to feed into her HP unless you expect to get, unless she like is your shield and you have no healing. And if that's the case, something else went wrong.
I will say, early on when I fought with her, I used to use sacrificial a lot. Not necessarily saying that's recommended, but it does give you extra
Sacrificial
use out of
can
her
be
skill.
used, especially because her skill actually hits pretty hard
Mhm.
if done right. So sacrificial is not the worst. Favonius is also an option. It does sacrifice some of her damage, but it does get her burst back up. Because a lot of her damage does come from her burst.
She does have a pretty constant burst to 80.
Like a vast majority of her damage comes from her burst. So there is definitely it does kind of depend on what exactly you have her for And why I mentioned that, why the way Kiwi plays it isn't typically how Beidou's played. You can play her on field, and she does have a few things that contribute to her normal attacks. But typically, whoever your main DPS is will do a lot more damage with their auto attacks than Beidou will.
To
So
be fair,
most of the time, it's just her skill and then to her burst. How much is her burst energy cost?
that's 80.
After a hard day's work.
80, yeah.
Nothing
So
like
she really wants that. Just because of how well, one, it does spawn a shield, which does increase survivability, but two, a strong chunk of her damage comes from her burst, so long as there are multiple targets. If there's only one, she falls off a lot because her burst doesn't retarget the same character.
Mhm.
If there's only one person there, it will just hit that person and then just die immediately.
Mm.
But if there's two, then it will bounce. However many bounces it has, it'll hit one, bounce to the second one, and then bounce back. So against multiple targets, she does fantastic. She's very good still. Against a single target, not so great. She'll still service. It's not like she can't do anything against a single target, but she drops off fairly hard from the burst standpoint. Of course, her skill still does really well if built properly. But yeah, so energy recharge can definitely be a important thing to add.
Mhm.
In fact, one of the things that might actually work well for her is the new greatsword that came out with the Melusine one, because it gives her a ton of attack, which she wants, and does give her some energy recharge to help get her burst back up and running. Oh no, the Melusine one from the event, the cardboard. I know you don't like the cardboard one, but yeah, that one actually would do pretty decently for her. Depending on what you've got, you may want more energy recharge. So the Favonius Greatsword does work well also. Typically, because she works really well against multiple targets, she's typically put on Electro Charge teams.
Mhm.
So let's see, Rain Slasher, I think it was, that works with Hydro and Electro.
Yeah.
So if you've already got her energy problems figured out with her artifacts, you could swap to that one to deal extra damage, because if she's on that team, all they're going to be affected by is either Hydro or Electro. And so that also works pretty well for her. And then the Elemental Mastery kicks in for Electro Charged happening. But those are all solid options. But definitely the first thing to do would be try to make sure her burst gets up on cooldown.
Mhm.
Just because it is very good. It's a very good burst.
That way
Kills
you can
things.
pop it as soon as the
It kills
cooldown
things
expires.
good.
Yeah. And to be fair, in cases of use Kiwi as an example. But it's not just her, obviously, because all new players will probably have this problem where, we were locked in Mondstadt and Liyue for an entire year before,
Right.
we got to Inazuma, and then an entire year before we got to Sumru, an entire year before we got to Fontaine. Whereas those areas are fully accessible now if you want to, aside from Inazuma, which is stupid. But
I'm always ready.
all you have to do is get through the Liyue story in order to get to Inazuma, which doesn't take long. And so, people can get pretty far into the story with still rather basic stuff.
Right.
As opposed to us, we had we were fully kitted out before we even set foot off of the initial area.
Right.
And
so those are all pretty good. I like your thing for the sacrificial, because it works really well, especially if you're working on training Beidou's counterattack.
Mhm.
because you just get to try it more often.
Mhm.
But yeah,
Because
so for
people,
the basic weapons, I would say Favonius and Sacrificial work solidly well for her to get her up and running, and in that regard, you can just have her artifacts go more into attack and crit rate, crit damage, what have you, and don't have to care about energy recharge as much.
Mhm.
The Melazine one, though I think it works well, you will still have to put some into energy recharge because its own personal substat is lower than these two other ones. And then, of course, the elemental mastery ones can also function if you are maybe what you've been farming for her has just given you a lot of energy recharge, and so you can just make your weapon more attack focused. Now, yes, if you do spend money on the game, the battle pass Serpent Spine works really well for her. Most of her damage is off field, and when she's on field, she's normally counterattacking or dropping a shield.
Mhm.
So she can take great advantage of the not taking hits,
Mhm.
and so her damage can pump very quickly from the Serpent Spine. So it does fit very well for her.
And in early, counter training, an easy way, like a very cheese way that you can get her max damage boost off from her skill is by standing in flames, because flames will give you both
True.
of your stacks. And you don't
True.
even have to.
Not
You don't
always
even
applicable,
have to.
but helpful when it does.
You don't have to stand in it. You can just tap it, and because you're receiving damage at the same time you tap it, you'll get the full effect on tap.
Fair. But artifact sets, I haven't really looked into Beidou. I'm assuming she functions a lot like most off-field people.
Top
So
recommended appears to
she
be Fate.
probably, yeah, Fate should work well. A lot of her damage comes from her burst. Thundering Fury should do just fine. Gladiator 4-piece would not do well because its 4-piece wouldn't take much advantage because she doesn't typically stay on the field. Again, if you want to run her that way, then Gladiator becomes useful because then its 4-piece kicks in. But just typically,
If you
yes, she
get
gets a
her
couple things
early,
against her normal attacks. If you get her early,
if you get her early,
that's fair.
Then she can be a good first DPS.
Fair.
So,
but I guess once you get more into the game and have more people that were designed to be on-field DPSs, then the few bonuses she gets to her auto attacks will not keep up with the people that were designed to be on field all the time.
Yeah.
So in that regard, it would be a quote-unquote DPS loss, even though she's still doing damage, to leave her on the field to take advantage of her auto attacks.
Mm-hmm. So she is a
Emblem works
character.
really well. Thundering Fury is fine.
She's a multi-purpose character, so she transitions very good from your early game of using her as your first DPS to once you transition to a new and better DPS, she doesn't have to leave the team. She can just change roles.
Yeah.
Especially if you don't have some of the other big shield characters like, Kirara,
Fair.
Baiju, or Zhongli, stuff like that.
Yeah. On a mild side note, technically you could put Noblesse on her if you were just kind of like testing her out, because she is still like an off-field support, quote unquote. Thundering Fury will still work fine, but just for if you're just like, oh well, I feel like testing out Beidou to see what I think of her, but I have a generalist Noblesse set, and I don't really want to farm Thundering Fury to see if I like the character or not. Noblesse will function still, just because again, a large chunk of her damage does come from her burst.
So I'll hop around Noblesse real quick for a little test run, because I want to show off her chain lightning.
Right. So she can still do decent, especially if you're just like, well, I have a Noblesse set from being a support for whatever reason. Yeah, her HP isn't typically.
Oh, there he goes. That's on me. Why does it look like that?
Cold beer after a hard day's work. Nothing like it.
Hopefully he's not still just talking away. Okay, good. He popped over. He knows. Could you please repeat that?
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
He may have gotten to go do his dinner because I'm pretty sure I heard the call to food. So while he's on his way back, I will go ahead and look for some sorry pleb to unleash upon. Okay, I'm going to go poor pleb hunting in this direction. He can catch up when he's ready. Do 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 do. Boop. Also, for those who don't know, I am playing Genshin on PC, which is not something I normally do, and I'm not sure I've done this on stream yet. So if you were wondering about that, yes, I am on PC. And this is my first time. Be nice. I don't normally do this. But at this house, Genshin doesn't work very well on my phone. My connection's too weak. At least my connection is somewhat stable on PC. So to keep things moving smoothly, we've gone ahead and done the stream on PC for this go around. There's gotta be a poor pleb out there somewhere. Ha. There is a decent amount of forgiveness. In the time you're allowed. Before you're considered to have missed, the perfect execution of her counter as well. So you have
okay.
half.
What did I miss? I returned.
I went pleb hunting.
Did you win?
I did. They took down 2 Hilo Trolls, one of which tried to chunk a slime at me.
Sounds about right for Hilichurls.
I told him I didn't like it.
That's right. You don't take no lip from nobody.
Another pleb. Don't hide in the ground. I have Klee. You can't stay down there.
Are you talking to a Dendro Slime?
Yes. Burn. Burn.
So have you already gone over all of Beidou's stuff while I was gone?
No. I was waiting for you to come back because you were mid-conversation when you left.
No. Where did I cut out when the call ended?
You were saying something about her HP scaling because I was picking artifacts and I assume you saw some of the HP artifacts that I glossed over.
Yeah. I was just reiterating the point I'd made earlier that her HP isn't bad for her, so it's not like a problem to have HP on her artifacts in like the substats, but it's not necessary for her to scale into that unless you're like you have to be dying Right, something has to be going wrong for you to be scaling into Beidou's HP specifically, which I find unlikely because by the time her shield kicks in, she has to be C1 before her burst gets a shield at all, and her shield isn't super strong until later, until you get you do level her up a bit. So I just feel like there aren't now. Yeah, there's situations where it'll happen because the world is can be very different depending on who's playing, and so, but majority wise, there are very few instances where you will need her shield that you could not have just brought a healer, someone else who has a good shield, because Beidou just has a lot of natural damage that's a shame to lose because you were specking into her shield. It can be done if necessary, but she's a fantastic sub DPS.
Mhm. But if you're planning to really only make use of her shield, for example, if you have other electros on the team to generate particles for her so that her burst is going to be coming up even when she's not on field, then you can, just run her shield. As long as you're able to get it up. In which case, you would put her in HP. Now, granted, there are other characters who have better shields. So arguments can be made of, why would you use hers? You could use Zhongli's. But, excuse?
Hold on. Cast.
Is not what I sound like.
No, but it's what I sound like when I try to imitate it.
Did you know this was here?
No.
Have you found this in your
I didn't
world?
have a clue this was here. I have no idea.
How did that appear after killing the slimes?
It's
Yeah.
hard to remain on dry land for so long.
Okay, well, secret chest, guys, apparently. If you kill all the slimes under these umbrellas, just outside of this inn, you can get an easy exquisite chest. That is stupid.
Nice.
The
I'm going to open the chest now. Are you ready?
show begins.
Okay, now I'm ready.
Huh, where have you been hiding?
Interesting.
Good times.
Anyway, I think we've covered Beidou at this point, so we can move on to the next person. Next person is Fischl.
Ah. In a very similar vein to Beidou.
I'm always ready.
Except single target.
I created another universe and founded paradise.
Okay, so
In fact, I'm actually trying to think of what would be different.
well, while you think about it, I'm gonna read off her stuff. I see what might be some unique stuff in her normal attack, so I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. Just cause I don't know off the top of my head. Let's see. 5 consecutive shots, performs more precise aim shot when aiming dark lightning. The dark lightning spirits of Imanachreich shall heed the call of their prinzessin and indwell the enchanted arrow.
You chose this.
Dear.
Parties are a must for the
I don't know
women.
why, it's just
If you'd
funny.
like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach
If you
you.
ever want to trade tactics,
When
I'm always
fully
ready.
indwell. I'm sorry. When fully indwell, Dirasustich Blitz shall deal immense electro damage. Fires off a shower of arrows mid-air falling in string. Okay, so yeah, plunge attack is normal. Skill summons Oz, the bird. The night raven, forged of darkness and lightning, descends upon the land, dealing electro damage and a small AoE. For the ability's duration, Oz will continuously attack nearby opponents with Freikugel. Okay.
Your guess is better than mine.
Melusines are beautiful creatures.
I'm gonna go for Freikugel and leave it.
Be sure to be friendly.
Hold to adjust the location of Oz. Oh. Well, yes. Hold to adjust the location of Oz. Press again any time during the ability to summon him to Fischl's side. Just there. And then Burst summons Oz to spread his twin wings of Twilight and defend Fischl. Has the following properties during the ability's duration. Fischl takes an Oz form, greatly increasing her movement speed. Strikes nearby enemies with lightning, dealing electro damage to opponents she comes into contact with. Each opponent can only be struck once. That is an important detail. Once this ability's effects end, Oz will remain on the battlefield and attack his princess's foes. If Oz is already on the field, then this will reset the duration of his presence. Stellar Predator. When Fischl hits Oz with a fully charged aim shot, Oz brings down lightning retribution, dealing AoE electro damage equal to 152.7% of the arrow's damage. So, kind of like with how Amber can shoot her buddies, Fischl can shoot Oz. Though I'm pretty sure Amber's ability to shoot her bunny comes in a constellation. For Fischl, it's just part of
Yes, it does.
Fontaine.
Yet another reason why Amber is so much harder to build than other people.
If your current active character triggers an electro-related elemental reaction, you see, this is such a better way of saying it than saying if your character triggers a electro charge, a superconduct, aggravate, spread, and list all of them out. Just say an electro-related elemental reaction. When your current active character triggers an electro-related elemental reaction, when Oz is on the field, the opponent shall be stricken with Thundering Retribution that deals electro damage equal to 80% of his Fischl's attack. And then her other passive. When dispatched on an expedition in Mondstadt, the time consumed is reduced by 25%. So she expedites faster. She's one of those again. In Mondstadt. Constellations. Gaze of the Deep, Constellation 1. Even when Oz is not present in combat, he can still watch over Fischl through his raven eyes. When Fischl performs a normal attack against an opponent, Oz fires a coordinated attack, dealing damage equal to 22% of Fischl's attack. It'll look like a purple little dot floating next to her. And you'll see little pew pew come out of it.
Hold on, see a little what?
Shut up. It makes a little pew pew. Just like a little
Okay. I think I got it this time.
You're terrible. Constellation 2. Devourer of all sins. When the Night Rider is used. Is that her burst? No, that's her skill. So, when skill is used, it deals an additional 200% attack as damage, and its AoE is increased by 50%. Wings of Nightmare increase the level of skill by 3. Her Pilgrimage of Bleak. Constellation 4, when the Midnight Phantasmagoria, that is her burst, is used, it deals 222% of attack as electro damage to surrounding opponents. When the skill duration ends, Fischl regenerates 20% of her HP. So, if you ever see someone make a, Genshin's best healers list,
I'm always ready.
and you see them toss Fischl in there, this is what they're talking about. But she only heals herself. Herself and only herself. Very selfish child. Against the Fleeting Light, Constellation 5, increase the level of Midnight Phantasmagoria by 3. That is her burst. Every Night Raven, Constellation 6, extend the duration of Oz's presence on the field by 2 seconds. Additionally, Oz performs coordinated attacks with your active character when present, dealing 30% of Fischl's attack as electro damage. So he pew-pews even when he's on the field. So, for Fischl, weapons, probably, I don't know, how much was her burst cost? I don't think it cost that much, does it? No, it's only 60.
Not a ton,
She
but
doesn't
also
really...
because Fischl doesn't need her burst. Fischl needs Oz.
Yeah, she needs her skill. But her burst can be useful.
Yeah.
But, so she doesn't really need energy recharge. If I was building her, I personally would probably lean into my crits.
Oh yeah, she wants a lot of attacking crits.
Yeah.
She can go almost full glass cannon and it not hurt her in the slightest because of how little time she'll spend on field.
She's more of a sub DPS than she is a support character. Because she
is sub DPS for the win.
So she comes across sounding like a support, but she's a sub DPS. She's an off-field DPS.
Yeah. So most stat stick 5 stars will work for her, though most probably don't have that. Stringless is a fantastic weapon for her.
Yeah, especially
it's
with you have
very
Dendro,
nice.
But it also, elemental mastery. Like, if you're looking for an easy explanation as to what elemental mastery means, if you're like really, really new, it basically just increases the efficiency of elemental reactions. So if you're running elemental reaction heavy gameplay, elemental mastery is going to be your best friend.
If you ever want to trade
Yeah.
tactics, I'm always ready.
So Stringless, even without Dendro, it still stands as one of her best ones just because it heavily boosts her elemental skill and elemental burst, which the burst is really an afterthought. Her skill is really all that matters. Midnight Phantasmagoria can do damage, but Oz will outweigh it heavily in
well, you get
proportion.
the added benefit from her constellations, and that once you use her burst, he stays on the field.
Right. So, but why I bring that up is because if you're looking for something to boost and you're like kind of stuck on what it is, either a stat or it's like mentioning skill or burst or what have you, always basically go for elemental skill. That's why the new-ish artifact set that came out with Farina, the Golden Troop, is pretty by far and away her best in slot, just because it massively boosts elemental skill damage, and that's virtually all of what Fischl does. Yes, Midnight Phantasmagoria technically does deal damage, but Oz will do it much more. And so that works very well. If you don't have like the Stringless or the stat stick bows, looking for any of the Battle Pass weapons that have, most of the Battle Pass weapons are decent stat sticks. But you can look for any bow that basically has attack scaling. That works pretty well. Bonus points if you get attack scaling and then a passive that also boosts it. But not a ton of those exist, at least for just easily findable that isn't from the gacha system.
Important caveat.
but stringless is fairly common. There's not a craftable bow I can presently think of that does really well for her. At least without a team that specifically backs it up.
She could use Song of Stillness.
What's that?
She could use Song of Stillness too.
Oh, the new Fontaine crafting bow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you have someone to heal her, that does work. That can heal like off-field characters.
Mm-hmm.
If you are leaning into the reaction side of things, which you can, because she works great in Electro Chars and she can work for Dendro teams also just fine. The King Squire, the crafting bow for Sumeru, is also usable, though some people would probably hate it because you have to go through R&R requests to get it.
We don't talk about that.
Whereas the Song of Stillness, you can just trade random fruits and flowers and rocks you picked off the ground in Fontaine with the blacksmith in Fontaine City.
I guess.
We are not the same.
Important caveat.
But yeah.
For Fischl, her signature, because she is a 4-star that actually has a signature weapon, is physical damage. Because she can do decent physical damage, especially if you're playing her early on, and she's one of your few archers.
Fair.
But late game, I would not say that physical damage is her strength.
Yeah. If you're willing to keep Fischl on the field as your on-field DPS, among 4-stars, her Mitternock Waltz will probably be her best in slot by far, just because it boosts physical, and which then boosts her elemental skill damage, and then elemental skill boosts her normal attack damage.
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as she becomes not your on-field damage dealer, the Mitternock falls off heavily, sadly.
There's
because
no point in
physical damage
boost if
isn't
if she
helpful.
spends all her time in the pocket.
Yeah. But aside from that that sadness moment, because that bow, the Mitternock, really looks great with her because it was custom designed to look for her. The stringless is a fantastic substitute in a lot of ways, and it's also fairly simple to obtain. And then the two craftable ones I would say are not as good as a stringless for her specifically, but they're still solid pieces. But she's a very straightforward. You can chuck her as much damage as you want toward her. You can throw a little bit of energy recharge because the burst purpose is not to do damage. The burst purpose is to bring Oz back. So on the time your skill is cooling down, you as soon as Oz leaves from your skill, you do your burst, so he's back, and by the time he's gone from your burst, then you do your skill again and keep it going. Mm-hmm. So she does need some energy recharge from that, but probably not enough to fully dedicate into it. You could go a weapon that way if none of your artifacts have energy recharge substats, and so you could just throw an energy recharge bow on her. And for that, just the Favonius Warbow works fine.
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
So yeah,
it's a decent fallback for a lot of things.
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning path.
Ironically, yes, Golden Troop is one of her best ones. Is basically her best by far. But maybe you're not in Fontaine. Maybe you haven't grinded that domain. Any two-piece attack plus the two-piece of Thundering Fury also works great. You could go 4-piece Thundering Fury. I personally never grinded that domain, so I never really got Thunder Soother or Thundering Fury. If you wanted to turn her into more of a support and your team is still attack scaling, you could actually give her Tenacity if you felt like it. The 2-piece wouldn't do much for her because it's just HP, but Oz counts as elemental skill damage, so you will as long as Oz is on the field, you will basically have the attack buff that Millilith gives you the whole time, so long as Oz can still shoot something. Because he has fantastic uptime for being on the field. So that is a less conventional, but if you felt like it, you could, if you wanted to buff the main character more. But Golden Troop is far and away her best. It'll give Oz, when she's off the field, 70% damage bonus, which is absurd.
They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to befriend them and cause them no harm.
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
Did you want to show her off, or did we have, or did we want to move on?
What was that?
A little feather going around her?
Okay, I see.
I assume it's from a weapon you were holding.
Yeah, it was from the weapon, I'm pretty sure. Because the color scheme matched the weapon, so I'm assuming they're connected. I'm probably gonna slap a troop on her just real quick, and then we'll fire off some shots just to show her rotation.
In humble supplication.
My Wondrous troop is not best for her by any means, but it works so really. Or my Golden troop isn't best for her, but it works. So.
It's a serviceable example. What? You're the one who said it wasn't the best.
No, I'm running across the bridge.
Oh.
It's a battle cry.
I thought you were yelling because of what I said about it.
No, I'm going to go scratch around the bushes for plebs.
Okay. Go forth and scratch.
Stop making it rain.
That's not my fault. I only do some Fontaine.
Oh dear. Well, I smell plebs. Where are they at?
The giant dendro sparks in the distance kind of do give away their position.
You see, the thing is, prior to Dendro being released, this kind of nonsense didn't happen.
True.
Oh my gosh, he burned his flower off! That's terrible!
How did he burn his flower off in the rain?
I don't know. Maybe it costs to produce the particles, or maybe it costs to did he take damage from? No, surely he couldn't take damage from the bloom bursts. So maybe generating the cores burned his thing, burned his flower off.
Is his flower like a dendrometer?
I don't know. Something burned it off. I didn't touch him. We were just standing there watching the fireworks.
Fair.
I'm looking for the little spit. Oh, there's a spit.
Bow your head.
Yep, there's the purple dot that follows her around. That's Oz's little spit.
The pew pew?
That's it. Yeah, that's the pew pew eyeball. What?
Nothing.
So that's it for Fischl. We can move on to Yae Miko. We have reached the 5 stars.
Yae Miko.
We are still doing terrible on time, so nothing has changed.
I mean, if you wanted to make this super short, Yae Miko is 5-star Fischl. Done.
Wow. Well, we're not going to do her like that, so.
And founded paradise. Who knew the people would adore me and the princess
So, Yae Miko, everyone's favorite fox priestess.
She's the only fox priestess.
Technically not. There's one other. She's just dead.
Bruh.
What?
There's another one. She's dead. Then she's not another one.
She's still another one. She exists within the universe. She's just she did passed away, but we honor her memory and memory of any other fox priestesses that may have been out there. Because I imagine
She done did kick the bucket.
I mean, she did. She
Traveling to
did.
other worlds is all that anyone seems to be writing about these days.
Anyway, Yae
Goodness
Miko.
knows what they find so disappointing about their own world.
Oh, hi, Void.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Void.
Welcome to the stream.
I forgot you were streaming.
I see the value in my own
You're in
work,
the stream chat.
but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take
I need a
pride in
brain.
my duties.
Desperately so, apparently.
Sadly, we lost all of ours. You won't find them here.
It's okay, I wasn't asking for any. Thank you, though.
Okay, good. I hate to disappoint people.
Gosh. So, we're doing a less active stream kind of thing. We're doing a discussion stream. So, welcome to the discussion.
Most humans could have the entirety
What
of
is
their
this
fleeting
discussion
lives
about?
chronicled in
Characters,
but a few short
what they do.
lines.
Character
Most of it
builds.
would really make for terribly dull reading.
So I will have no useful information. Got it.
You're more than welcome to ask
You are
questions.
free to ask questions, though.
We're doing electro
You might
characters
regret
today.
that.
No. Feel free to ask questions.
We are not required to give answers, but you are free to ask questions.
Oh, dear. We just got to. We're doing electros today. We just got to
You
the 5
good?
stars. We've covered all the 4 stars already. So we're doing 5 stars now.
Oh, okay.
And we're doing Yae Miko, first 5 star.
I don't have that one,
Traveling
so.
to other worlds is all that anyone seems to be writing about these days.
Alright, I don't see anything special about her auto attacks, so we'll just skip straight to her skill. I think it's Yakan, Evocation, Seshu Sakura, Sakura, Sesho Sakura? I think it's Sesho Sakura. Words. 2 Yae. Such dull tasks can be as such tasks as can be accomplished by driving spirits out need not be done personally. Move swiftly leaves a Sesho Sakura behind. So I think that's referring to the little, I don't know what you want to call them, the little
fox statue.
Yeah, little fox statuettes that she leaves in her wake, which we will see those in a bit. Sesho Sakura has the following properties. Periodically strikes one nearby opponent with lightning, or, and sometimes, a campfire, a random torch, or other thing that isn't an enemy, even though enemies are nearby. Dealing electro damage. When there are other Sesho Sakuras nearby, their level will increase, boosting the damage dealt by these lightning strikes. This skill has 3 charges. A maximum of 3 Sesho Sakura can exist simultaneously. The initial level of each Sesho Sakura is 1, and the initial highest level each Sesho Sakura can reach is 3. If a new Sesho Sakura is created too close to an existing one, this existing one will be destroyed. Rip. Skill. Burst. Great secret art. Tenko Kinshin. Why did that sound so anime? I wish I hadn't said that so aggressively.
I think the idea of things staying the same forever is quite beautiful.
Oh dear.
But alas,
You
that is
good?
simply not the way the
I'm
world
not.
works.
Honestly, I'm not. Legends
Pretty much.
of Kitsune Tsuki are the manifestation of a kitsune's might, or the manifestation of a kitsune's might, are common in Inazuma's folktales. One that particularly captures the imagination is that of the Sky Kitsune, said to cause lightning to fall down upon the foes of the Grand Norikami Shrine. Summons a lightning strike, dealing AoE electro damage. When she uses
Most
this skill,
humans could
Yae
have the
Miko
entirety of their
will
fleeting lives
unseal
chronicled in but
nearby
a few short lines. Their stories
Sensho
really make for
Sakura,
terribly dull
destroying their
reading.
outer forms and transforming them into Tinko thunderbolts. That descend from the skies, dealing AoE electro damage. Each Sensho Sakura destroyed in this way will create one Tinko thunderbolt. We can show that off as well. Basically, just what happens is when you have 3 of her little Sensho Sakuras on the field, when you use your burst, they will disappear, and after the initial shockwave of your burst, there will be 3
Traveling to
following
other worlds
volleys.
is all that anyone seems to be
And
bothered about
so it'll
these
be
days.
the one big one, and then pew, pew, pew,
Goodness
3
knows
more
what they
will
find so
happen right
disappointing
afterwards
about their
in quick
own
succession.
world.
Is all that it happens. So they're making it sound more complicated than it actually looks like. Passive skill. When casting Burst, each Sessho Sakura destroyed resets the cooldown for 1 charge of skill. So you'll get one of them back. So you can relaunch them again, presumably, immediately. Every point of elemental mastery Yae Miko possesses will
Personally, I think
increase
the
Sessho
idea of
Sakura's
things staying
damage
the same forever is
by
quite wonderful.
0.15%.
But alas, that is simply not the way the world works.
So, and her other passive is that she has a 25% chance to get 1 regional character talent material based on material excluded when crafting. Base material excluded when crafting. Over to her constellations, of which I have none.
Traveling to other worlds is all that
Yakan
anyone
offering,
seems to be writing
Constellation
about
1,
these
each
days.
time burst activates
Goodness
a
knows what
Tinko
they find so
Thunderbolt. So
disappointing
those are the
about their
additional
own
volleys.
world.
Yae Miko will restore 8 elemental energy for herself. Because for some reason she suffers from really bad constellation lag on the recharge front. Fox's Moon Call, Shinsho Sakura, start at level 2 when created, and their max level is increased to 4. Their attack range is increased by 60%.
Most humans
7
could
in
have the
Glamorous,
entirety
Constellation
of their
3.
fleeting
Increase
lives
the level
chronicled in
of
but a few short lines.
skill
Their
by 3.
stories really make for terribly dull reading.
Sakura's Channeling. When Sensho Sakura Lightning hits opponent, electro damage bonus. The electro damage bonus of all nearby party members is increased by 20% for 5 seconds. Mischievous Teasing. Constellation 5. Increase the level of Burst by 3. Forbidden Art. Daisesho. The Sessho Sakura's attack will
Traveling to other
ignore
worlds is all that
80%
anyone
of the
seems to be
opponent's
writing about
defense.
these days.
That's big.
Goodness knows what they find so disappointing about their own world.
Yeah, she gets a pretty big chunk from C6.
So, I would say probably her 2 best ones are probably the first one and the last one. But that's just me. She is a 5-star, so she has a signature weapon. It's the cat toy. Her signature weapon is the cat toy. Which we saw at the beginning of the stream because Lisa was holding on to it for.
Sure.
Most humans could have the entirety
She
of their
can,
fleeting lives chronicled
one
in but a
easy
few
thing
short
with
lines.
signature weapons
Their
is you
stories
can look at
really
what the
make for
substat is,
terribly dull
and
reading.
you can make okay use out of other weapons that have the same substat. So, if you're able to look up a 5-star character's weapon and see what the substat is, you can at least get that benefit back by switching to a weapon that has a similar substat. And of course, since her substat is damage, then you already know she is intended to be a DPS, even if a sub DPS, which means she benefits from other weapons that use attack, crit rate, or crit damage.
Yeah, she does typically need a lot of energy, but
that would probably be solved
she
more
does
readily in
she
artifacts.
does love her attack. So let me think. Out of non 5-star weapons, the Oathsworn Eye works really well if you happen to have it.
Do I have that?
The craftable 4-star works pretty well too. From Inazuma.
This one?
The Hakushin ring, I think it's called.
Yeah, I got it. I never remember where things come from.
Yeah, so those two are pretty good. For she does use a lot of damage because that's what she was designed for.
I will say for newer players, this comes from an event that has some age on it at this point. So if you don't have this one, I'm sorry. It was an event exclusive.
Quite beautiful. Oh, but alas, that is simply not
Fair.
the way the world works.
Which they should just make those possible to get at this point. Instead of, those other weird weapons that kind of just lined up inside the weapon shop.
There's talk about that, yeah.
Hopefully they'll do it. Because there were a lot of cool weapons that are just gone to newer players.
Yeah, especially the best weapon for like a Beidou and things like that were event weapons.
True.
Cinnabar Spindle.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, aside from those, if she's really struggling on getting her burst up, because while I was slightly exaggerating, she's not quite like Fischl. Her burst does matter more to her kit than Fischl's burst does. So she does want her burst to come up a little more regularly than Fischl's. And so
once you get her going, she has a very
if you're
clear
struggling
animation
really
for it,
hard,
so.
yeah, if you're struggling really hard for energy, then you could also put on any energy recharge catalyst as well to try to get her going.
Artifacts. Probably Thundering Fury and Feet, I would imagine. No, Gilded Dreams is in here.
Yeah, Gilded Dreams. Yeah, I guess Gilded Dreams could work. Gilded Dreams works.
I'm surprised that I don't see Fate actually on here.
That's odd.
I would expect at least a 2-piece.
Yeah, so Gilded Dreams can work. Golden Troop also works because a strong chunk of her damage still comes from her skill.
Mm-hmm.
And
I wonder if the
Almost Severed Fate is still decent, though you are more leaning into her burst, and so you'll definitely want to make sure your energy's up and running.
I assume that the additional shockwaves, those Tenko shockwaves, are considered to be part of her burst damage, not her skill damage.
Yeah. So she's. I find it interesting that the 2-piece is higher than Golden Troop, but I guess it depends.
I'm still surprised that Fate isn't here somewhere.
Yeah, I'm surprised at that.
I would have expected
It is a decent set for her.
But
most humans could have the entirety of their fleeting
you can
lives
also just,
if
nothing else, you can boost her by having other Electros on the team.
Really make for terribly dull reading.
Which, early on, people were pairing her with Shogun a lot just because lore. I don't know if people do it as much anymore. But we could take a look at some of her stuff here. We can find the hunt for plebs continues.
The site. We are looking for pleb sightings.
What happened to the sky? The sky got dark for a second. That was weird.
Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm. Are you making it rain again?
No.
You sure about that?
Positive.
Look at this tree.
Show the tree who's boss.
I got the apple.
Good job. Sir, have you seen any villains nearby? No? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the main road to Leeway, so we're probably not going to find anyone directly on this road.
But you know.
We go a little to the right, we walk into the valley, I think that has all the, No, that's a different spot. I was about to say I thought the rune guards were this way, but... You found plebs? Oh, good.
I found plebs.
Okay.
So, this is the levels that they were talking about with the Sensho Sakura, where because they're connected, they level up. So, the optimal configuration is to configure them in a triangle.
You can also do it in a line, if they're close enough still.
Yes.
They will still trigger, though it is harder.
You can do it in a line, but then only the middle one gets to max level.
Emerge. Right now.
The two on the outskirts will only be level 2, I think.
Right now you have them at level 3 because they're still close enough, even though they're in a line. Still.
But like if I was just like, oh, let me put all the way over here, and then one here, and then one way over here. Well, that didn't even strike.
Right.
But you get the idea. And while 3 of them are on the field, let me go ahead and show the burst. And that's the initial shockwave, and then that's the follow-up 3. And then she immediately has her skill again. This is so much more difficult on PC. Oh my gosh.
Right now, emerge. Right here. Eyes on me! Come on out.
Okay.
Show them.
Anyway, that's really all the nuance there is to Yae Miko. Her rotation is just like, skill, 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 burst, and then skill, skill, skill. So, very straightforward. She can spend all that time on field, but she doesn't need to. All of these things stick around, even when she's off field. So then you can let her chill in the pocket until, her burst is up. And then she can rain down thunder again.
Bring the thunder!
So,
show them.
And then that's her Sessho Sakura when it's at level 1. And then introduce a second one to see the level 2 with the little rings on its head. And then level 3 you have 2 rings on its head, which I've spaced them out so they look different.
Come on out. If this rain keeps up, my fur will be dripping wet.
So, I think that's it for Yae Miko. And you're making it rain again.
That is not my fault.
I literally just saw you slurp it up.
My ability to drink it and it being my fault are different things.
You see, you only slurp it up when you've made it rain. So
That is not how that works.
it literally is, though.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. He slurps just fine otherwise.
No, he slurps after he's made it rain, and he's just like, "Oh my gosh, I've made it rain," and he like slurps it back up real quick so no one notices. But I saw it, so therefore I know you made it rain, and shame on you.
No, that's not how
And
that works at
and
all.
shame on you for trying to tell tales about it too.
I am so confused.
He's over
His
here.
drinking animation has no bearing to whether it's raining or not.
I'm going to assume you're
Don't
talking
change the
about.
subject.
That was the subject.
I'm not talking about your drinking. I'm talking about when it starts raining, and then you pause the rain, and then you slurp it back up, so it stops, and then you're gonna try and pretend that you didn't just make it rain.
Oh, well, that only matters to me. That doesn't matter to anyone else. That's a personal rain.
You made it rain. Period.
That is a mild dripping.
You made it rain.
A mild dripping.
Rain.
Okay.
Mild dripping.
Rain. You're not getting out of this.
Mild
How about we agree
dripping.
that rain has happened, and that's the end of it?
I
That's what he
agree
won't
on
admit.
mild dripping.
Oh my god.
You see what I mean?
I know I don't actually, because I'm not watching stream, so I don't understand what's happening at all, actually.
Moving on to Cyno. If anyone
Ooh, I
was
have
wondering,
Cyno.
Yae Miko scales on attack. And so does Cyno. Okay. So. Pay no attention to the primordial jade.
Oh no.
Skill. Perform a swift thrust, dealing electro damage to opponents along the path. When Cyno is under Pact Sworn Path Clearer state, triggered by the Sacred Rite Wolf's Swiftness. That would be his burst. He will instead unleash a Monterey Rite that deals thunderous AoE electro damage and extends the duration of Pact Sworn Path Clearer. Do I need to... What's... Okay. I understand. Pact Sworn Path Clearer is under his burst. So, we're just going to go ahead and move right to that. His burst, Sacred Rite Wolf's Swiftness, calls upon a divine spirit to indwell him, morphing into the Pact Sworn Path Clearer. Pact Sworn Path Clearer. Cyno's normal, charged, and plunging attacks will be converted to electro damage that cannot be overridden. Important note. Cyno's elemental mastery and resistance to interruption will increase, and he gains immunity to electro charge damage. This effect will be cancelled when Cyno leaves the field and lasts for a maximum of 18 seconds. So, they were saying a moment ago in his skill that when he's in this state, his skill converts to a shockwave that launches forward and also extends the duration of his special state here when he's in his burst. Is everyone clear on that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What do you mean, sure? Featherfall Judgment. Is that what that says? Yeah, it is. When Cyno is in the Pact Sworn Path, you can tell that this is a very important part of his kit. When Cyno is in the Pact Sworn Path Clearer state, activated by Sacred Rite, activated by Burst, Cyno will enter the in Seer's stance at intervals if he activates the secret right Cosmic Soulfarer. While affected by this stance, he will activate the oh my gosh. Judication effect, increasing the damage of his secret right Cosmic Soulfarer by 35% and firing off 3 Dust Stalker bolts that deal 100 of Cyno's attack as electro damage. Dust Striker bolts damage is considered elemental skill damage. We're only halfway through his talents.
You can do this.
Authority over the 9 bows. Cyno's damage values will be increased based on his elemental mastery as follows. Pack Swarm Pack Clearer's normal attack damage is increased by 150% of his elemental mastery. Dust Stalker Bolt damage from his passive talent Featherfall Judgment is increased by 250% of his... Shut up! What's so funny?
The sheer volume of words that is just elemental skill or elemental burst in this guy's description.
It's worse than legal jargon. Increased by 250% of his elemental mastery. So he scales on attack, but you can also benefit from boosting his elemental mastery as well. Gift of Silence gains 25% more rewards when dispatched on a super expedition. So when he goes on an expedition, he comes home with a few extra goodies. A little something,
Nice.
something, little something, something for the wife and kid. Oh my gosh!
He doesn't have a wife and kids.
In his dreams.
I don't think it is.
I agreed.
I don't know. He probably has dreams.
He probably dreams about TCG.
Yeah.
Well, then TCG can be his wife. I don't know about his kids, but you know.
That's concerning.
Mm-hmm.
Constellation 1, Ordnance Unceasing Vigil. After using Sacred...
Don't worry, I'll wait.
All will be placed
Is that his
upon
skill?
scales.
No, that's his burst. Okay, so Swiftness is the burst. And then Soulfarer is the skill. Okay, noted. After using Burst, Cyno's normal attack speed will be increased by 20% for 10 seconds, with the judication effect of his passive talent Featherfall Judgment is triggered during... Oh my gosh. If the judication effect of his passive talent Featherfall Judgment is triggered during skill, the duration of this increase will be refreshed. You need to unlock the passive talent Featherfall Judgment. No dip. Precept Lawful Enforcer. Constellation 3. Increase the level of Burst by 3. Constellation 4. Forbidden Guard. When Cyno is in... Oh my god. When Cyno is in his packed, sworn, path clear state triggered by his burst, after he triggers electro-based reactions, he'll restore 3 elemental energy for all nearby party members except himself. This effect will occur 5 times within 1 use of his burst. So that sounds like a co-op bonus since it says nearby.
It should count your off-field characters too.
Maybe.
Good deeds.
Passing Starlight, Constellation 5. Increase skill by 3.
All will be placed
Just
upon the
scales. Why is this one so long? Constellation 6. After using Burst or triggering the adjudication effect of the passive talent Featherfall's Judgment, Cyno will gain 4 stacks of the Day of the Jackal effect when he hits opponents with normal attacks. He will consume 1 stack of Day of the Jackal to fire off 2 Dust Stalker bolts. No, wait. To fire off 1 Dust Stalker bolt. Oh my gosh. I can't with this man. Day of the Jackal lasts for 8 seconds, max 8 stacks. It will be cancelled once Pack Sword Pathcaller ends. The maximum of 1 Dust Stalker bolt can be unleashed this way every 0.4 seconds. You must first unlock passive talent Featherfall Judgment.
I do try to lighten the mood sometimes.
Exhausted yet?
I'm
I
not
was
the best
exhausted
judge
like
of other
5 people
people's
ago.
sense of humor.
I thought this was supposed to be a chill stream. This seems very unchill.
I don't know. I'm having a great time.
He has a great time tormenting me. So,
yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
I've done nothing of the sort. I don't know what you mean.
As we've discussed, Cyno is a DPS. He is a main DPS, which means weapon's probably going to have a substat of crit rate, crit damage, or attack. He is attack scaling for the vast majority of his damage. But he does get some elemental mastery benefits, I think, for
in the end
one of his
all will be
passives.
placed upon the scales.
Increase. So Cyno's damage values will increase based on his elemental mastery for okay. So the shockwaves from his bursts get some extra oomph for his elemental mastery.
Yeah, for his staff, it's crit rate and then it's base attack.
Well,
his main weapon.
Everything has base attack.
Yeah.
But his substat is crit rate.
What's his burst cost?
80. Elemental mastery bonus of 100. Does that mean he starts at 200 elemental mastery? Because don't people start out? Oh, definitely not. There is energy recharge for people. Yeah, okay, yeah, energy recharge where people default at 100%.
I do try to lighten the mood sometimes, but I'm not the best judge of other people's sense of humor.
If you're looking for other weapons for him, I feel like he can make okay use of Deathmatch, personally, but I might be partial. If you need more, energy for him, you could always use the Favonius Lance.
Fair. Prototype Star Glitter actually works really well for him too, for a craftable option.
Which one's that?
Luck can swing the
craftable Mondstadt weapon.
But it's bound to run out.
It's one of the black and gold ones.
Is it this one?
If that helps.
Okay. Yeah, the prototypes are black and gold, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Indeed, they are.
The Star Glitter threw me off for a second because I was just like, wait, Dragon's Might? But dear. Yeah, no. I'd probably stick to something that's either crit rate or crit damage for him. Are there any elemental mastery spears? Oh, there's this one, cross spear. Increase skill damage by 6%.
Yeah, but most of his damage comes from his auto attacks.
I would disagree.
You think so?
Like, yeah, no, I would vastly disagree because Cyno, once you get his rotation started, if you got decent energy recharge on him, he doesn't stop. He just stays in his burst, like indefinitely.
Yeah, but he doesn't do. Hold on. Go to. Could you go to his bursts for me, please?
What are we looking at?
Go to his burst attributes.
What are we looking for?
Convert it to electro damage. Okay, and go to skill attributes. Yeah. Okay. So this, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure this. Yes, he's in a burst, but that's not counted as elemental burst.
Not the best judge of other people's.
Like his burst is going on, but it's not counted as elemental burst damage. Like he's still auto attacking.
I'm not sure about that one.
I'm fairly confident on that one. Because unless it specifically says it's counted as burst damage, it does with like Raiden stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It should still be counted as auto attacks. What's his artifact set suggestions?
Probably Gladiator.
Right. And if Gladiator is his first one, then the 4-piece
Gilded Dreams
wouldn't matter during his burst if it didn't count as auto attacks.
Gilded Dreams.
Gilded Dreams, Thundering Fury, and Gladiator. Okay.
In the end,
no fate again.
All will be placed upon the scales.
He's on field for too long, probably, for fate to matter.
But still, a 2-piece.
Right, but the 4-piece of those are just very good. And unless Genshin.gg is just trolling everyone at this point, which, who knows. But his 5th best weapon, they give him the white tassel. 1 is crit rate, but 2, it's normal attack damage. When fully refined, is plus 48%.
But I'm not the best judge of other people's sense of humor.
So that's what I mean when I say yes, his burst is, if done correctly, is just chaining into itself repeatedly. And while his skill still does a chunk of that damage while he's in his burst, most of that damage is his burst damage. His skill, I don't know if his burst actually has a damage upon entering it or not. So I don't know if he has a quote-unquote burst damage, because I think he's like everyone compared him to, Razor, to where it's just a state he enters and not really a damage he does.
Yeah, but one thing with Razor though is like he's just auto attacking like normal, and he has like Electro like buff coming up behind him. But like Cyno's like he spends like his entire existence in his burst.
I do try to lighten the mood sometimes.
Right. And while he's in his, as we said, quote unquote burst state, I think it's still counting it as normal attack damage. It's just buffed to the. It basically starts off. It's under different quote unquote rules. It does more damage under in his burst state, but I think it still counts as normal attacks.
I don't know about that one.
I'd be willing to look it up.
But I don't know.
Probably after the stream because I'd have to go probably watch a video on it. But I think I'm right on that.
Anyway.
Luck
It's a lot of talking, but Cyno is actually pretty straightforward when it comes to actual gameplay. If we can find some more plebs to unleash upon, we can actually show that off. I think there's some abyss
Go forth.
over here.
Unleash on plebs.
I'm gonna need backup because I have nothing on me.
Okay.
Backup that can help with an abyss mage. And hydro slimes.
Have a healing thing.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
I do my best. I'm gonna go walk over here now because I have to get out of combat.
I'm gonna go ahead and make use of Beidou to cover him while I wait for you. Ow! Rude! Don't run away. Ow. Let me get it out of his bubble first. Okay. Ow. Okay, so the biggest thing with Cyno is to pop his skill when you see that red eye appear. Or I suppose the purple eye, and then it flashes red when you use it correctly. So, that is the biggest thing to focus on with him. So once you get him in his burst, look out for that eye to appear, and then pop your skill immediately. That is his entire existence. For all of that talk, that is literally it.
Enter burst. Attack. When eye shows up, E. Continue attacking.
Yeah, like, that was literally a lot of talk just for that, because that is his entire life. That is his existence, that he lives and breathes that.
And because of how much time he spends on field, bring people that do good off-field damage.
Yeah, off-field damage, and Cyno can occasionally give in to his squishiness, so maybe back him up with a healer. But aside from that, you could. If you're really struggling with squishiness, you could always you could give him Deathmatch. Deathmatch has a defense boost in order to help his survivability. I don't have his signature weapon, so I can't really speak on what it does, unfortunately. Just because I don't have it. It looks like all it looks like the other Sumeru weapons, like, I'm pretty sure it looks like Dia's and Nilu, is it, who has the other one?
Yeah, Nilu's sword. Yeah, it's the same style. Yeah.
Let's see, what is it called? Staff of Scarlet Sands. So yeah, I don't know
Staff
what
of
it
the
does.
Scarlet Sands.
I don't know what it does.
Heat Haze at Horizon's End. The equipping character gains 52% of their elemental mastery as a bonus attack when elemental skill holds opponents. The Dream of the Scarlet Sands effects will be gained for 10 seconds. The equipping character will gain 28% of their elemental mastery as a bonus attack and main 3 stats, or max 3 stats.
Okay. So it's more mastery
and that's
stuff.
That's at level 80.
Okay.
Luck can swing the results of a single game.
So yeah, that's Cyno. We have been going for another couple hours, so another 3 hours actually, almost, because we are approaching hour 5 and we still have like 3-4 people left, something like that. So we will take a 10-minute break this time, if that's okay. Excuse me.
Break time.
Yes, break time. So we'll take 10 minutes, and we'll be back at the end of the break with Keqing. So, see you after the break. All right. Jumping back in. Next up is Keqing.
Procrastinating. Let's go.
I think Keqing's kit is pretty simple.
Yeah,
Honestly.
pretty much.
She's pretty straightforward. She has that early character simplicity.
Fair.
Normal attacks, we can skip that. Skill hurls a lightning stiletto that annihilates her opponents. Seems excessive terminology, but okay. Annihilates her opponent like the swift lightning. When the stiletto hits its target, it deals electro damage to opponents in a small AoE and places a stiletto mark on the spot hit. Hold to adjust the direction in which the stiletto will be thrown. Stilettos thrown by the hold attack mode can be suspended in midair, allowing Keqing to jump to them when using Stellar Restoration a second time. Lightning Stiletto. If Keqing uses a Stellar Restoration again, or uses a charged attack while its duration lasts, it will clear the stiletto mark and produce different effects. If she uses the Stellar Restoration again, she will blink to the location of the mark and unleash one slashing attack that deals electro or AoE electro damage. When blinking to a stiletto that was thrown from a holding attack, Keqing can leap across obstructing terrain. If Keqing uses a charged attack, she will ignite a series of thundering cuts at the marker's location, dealing AoE electro damage. Starward Sword, that's her burst. Keqing unleashes the power of lightning, dealing electro damage in an AoE. When she then blends into the shadow of her blade, striking a series of thunderclap blows to nearby opponents simultaneously that deal multiple instances of electro damage. The final attack deals massive AoE electro damage. Excuse me.
I'm all for work-life balance, but I think this
Thundering Penance. After recasting Stellar Restoration skill, while the Lightning Stiletto is present, so that's when her little thingy is already out, Keqing's weapon gains an electro infusion. When casting Burst, Keqing's crit rate is increased by 15%, and her energy recharge is increased by 15%. This effect lasts for 8 seconds. That is her second passive. And then she expedites faster in leeway. What?
So much expediting.
The amount of expediting.
Not expediting. You would not believe.
You would not believe. Truly. Thundering Might, Constellation 1, recasting Stellar Restoration skill. When the Lightning Stiletto is present, causes Keqing to deal 50% of her attack as AoE electro damage at the start point and Terminus. Okay, of her blink. So, at the start and finish, I would assume. Constellation 2. When Keqing's normal and charged attacks hit opponents affected by Electro, they have a 50% chance of producing an elemental particle. This effect can only occur once every 5 seconds. That's quite a cooldown.
And I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it.
Foreseen Reformation, Constellation level 3, increase the level of her burst by 3. I'm pretty sure. Am I sure? No, am I sure? I was sure. I knew it. Attunement. For 10 seconds after Keqing triggers a electro-related elemental reaction, her attack is increased by 25%.
Wherever in this world
Beckoning Stars, Constellation 5, increase the level of skill by 3.
This blade.
And Tenacious Star. When initiating a normal attack or charged attack, elemental skill, or elemental burst, Keqing gains 6% electro damage bonus for 8 seconds. Effects triggered by normal attacks, charged attacks, elemental skill, and elemental burst are considered independent entities. Cool beans. What?
Cool beans, y'all.
I mean, anyway. Keqing is attack scaling. There's not really much nuance to that. She's attack scaling, period. So she can benefit from anything that boosts attack, crit rate, or crit damage. She doesn't have a signature weapon. She's a standard first 5-star, and so they don't get fancy things. But personally, for her, I use Primordial Jade Cutter a lot, and I use Mist Splitter Reforged a lot. Which it also looks cool with her because, you know, the little electro symbol because it's from Inazuma.
Because it actually is purple for Electro. Unlike the person who it belongs to.
Salty. I suppose she could make use of Kazuha's weapon. For other options, let me think.
Yeah. For 4 stars, especially with and yes, I am looking at this from the later down the game perspective of the fact that Keqing's damage fell off heavily as the game progressed. But when Dendro came out, she got a revitalization. So you could technically use the Iron Sting as well as a solid craftable option, so long as you have her on a Dendro team, because Dendro and Electro's reactions are just work fabulously together.
Fair. I remember personally, or very early on, in using Keqing, I made extensive. I used Lion's Roar quite a bit.
Fair, so long as you can maintain the Electro affecting on them.
Yes, it's not optimal necessarily, but that was my personal early option for her. She can make use of the Black Sword. It's not negative for her in any way. And of course, you'll mostly be auto attacking with her, waiting for her burst to get up. I don't think her burst cost is too high.
For work-life balance,
yeah, no, it's 40. So,
it.
but it's one big thing.
Her energy is.
You go back to auto attacking. So.
Yeah.
I don't know why she has this. The prototype raccoon.
I have no idea.
I don't remember why.
I'm certified, not my problem.
I don't know why I used to call this the prototype raccoon. But I do remember when early on, I used to think that this little hilt section here looked like the face of a penguin. With like, the two little eyes and the beak and the black body.
Huh. Depending on which way you look at it, it can be a penguin both ways. One is a surprise penguin, the other one's a sad penguin.
Aww. I prefer the surprise penguin.
Okay, we'll go with the surprise penguin.
Yeah. But for artifacts, typical Electro stuff, I'm sure. Yeah, Thundering Fury, Gladiator 2-piece with a Thundering Fury 2-piece. I don't know why they bothered to include the Shimenawa 2-piece and Thundering Fury first 2-piece. It's basically the same thing. These last two are basically the same thing. But that's what makes sense, to be honest. So again, she's attack scaling, so giving her Electro damage boost makes sense. Giving her Electro damage and attack boost makes sense. So she's pretty simple, very straightforward early game character.
Only addendum, like with her sword, if you are like leaning into her, like a sizable like Dendro people on your team, you could also go Gilded Dreams.
Fair. If you're leaning into her Dendro play. Also, when they were talking about when her little stiletto's on the field, and you use a charged attack, that's the little thing that they were talking about. Where you use a charge attack, and then her stiletto explodes. Poof. That's what that is.
Mm-hmm.
And then, as I said, you can hold her stiletto and place it up in the air somewhere, and do it all over again. Splat. Was hidden in bush.
The bush will not survive.
And then, same thing again. You can toss her stiletto, and then she teleports to it. There you go. Again, she's straightforward. She's easy. I think we're already free to go ahead and move on to the Shogun. That was probably the fastest character yet.
Away!
The Shogun! Big Mama herself.
The Shogun.
Think all of that's normal basic stuff. Transcendence Baleful Omen. The Raiden Shogun unveils a shard of her
and I know just the tune to accompany them,
euthymia.
If you wish to hear it.
That's a weird way to phrase that, but okay. Dealing electro damage to nearby opponents and grants nearby party members the Eye of Stormy Judgment. That looks like a little floating eyeball, purple eyeball floating over people's heads. So whenever you see those videos of people walking around with a little purple eyeball on their head, yeah, that's what that is. And then characters with this buff attack and deal damage to opponents, the Eye will unleash a coordinated attack dealing AoE electro damage at the opponent's position. Characters who gain the Eye of Stormy Judgment will have their elemental burst damage increased based on the energy cost of the elemental burst during the Eye's duration. What? Characters who gain the Eye of Stormy Judgment will have their elemental burst damage increased based on the energy cost of the elemental burst during the ice duration.
Serves no purpose whatsoever.
Yeah,
Okay.
so the higher their burst is, the higher cost their burst is, the more it gets a buff to damage.
And I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it.
Okay. The Eye can initiate one coordinated attack every 0.9 seconds per party. Per party? Coordinating attacks generated by the character not controlled by you deal 20% of the normal. So they're saying that, like, not everyone can have them spouting off at once. Is that what they're saying?
Pretty much.
Okay, got it.
This scenery is
Art.
wonderful.
Secret art.
Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
Muso Shinsetsu. Gathering truths unnumbered and wishes uncounted, the Raiden Shogun unleashes the Muso no Hitotachi and deals AoE electro damage using Muso Ishin in combat for a certain duration afterwards. The damage dealt by Muso no Hitotachi and Muso Ishin attacks will be increased based on the number of chakra
It is the last link I have to the land of my birth.
Desiderates. Desiderata. My mouth is starting to hurt. I don't like this.
It's probably Desiderata. Chakra Desiderata's resolve stacks consumed when the skill is used.
Is it just me or did the Shogun get darker? Are you okay?
She does look a little darker.
What?
Because it's nighttime?
Did something happen? She suddenly got darker on screen.
Is your battery dying?
No. My battery is full.
Is it nighttime right now?
Is it nighttime right now?
It is nighttime in the game.
It's been nighttime the whole time.
Crazy. I have no idea.
That was weird. Did you see that too? Oh, see, now she's light again.
The moon.
Are you okay? Anyway, Muso Ishin, while in this state, so this is the state after the initial strike of her burst, I'm pretty sure. When in this state, the Raiden Shogun will wield her Tachi in battle, while her normal charged and plunging attacks will be infused with electro damage, which cannot be overridden. When such attacks hit opponents, she will regenerate energy for all nearby party members. So she's a battery. Energy can be restored in this way every 1 second. And this effect can be triggered 5 times throughout the skill's duration. While in this state, the Raiden Shogun's resistance to interruption is increased, and she is immune to electro charge reaction damage. While Muso Ishin is active, the Raiden Shogun's normal, charged, and plunging attack damage will be considered elemental burst damage. The effect of Muso Ishin will be cleared when the Raiden Shogun leaves the field. Chakra Desiderata. When nearby party members, excluding the Raiden Shogun herself, use their elemental burst, the Raiden Shogun will build up resolve stacks based on the energy cost of their elemental burst. The maximum number of resolve stacks is 60. The resolve gained by Chakra Desiderata will be cleared 300 seconds after the Raiden Shogun leaves the field. And we'll take a look at those things. Wishes Unnumbered. Passive talent. When nearby party members gain elemental orbs or particles, Chakra Desiderata gains 2 resolve stacks. When this effect can occur once every 3 seconds. Enlightened One. Each 1% above 100% energy recharge that the Raiden Shogun possesses grants her 0.06% greater energy restoration from Muso Ishin, 0.4% electro damage. So, I feel the need to just caveat here. In some of the past instances, we've seen things like 100% energy recharge. So characters by default, without anything, have naturally have 100% energy recharge. So when you see that something that says of their 100% energy recharge or per 100% energy recharge, that's what they're talking about. My Shogun is built right now, so she has 236.9. But that's what they're talking about when they say that. Characters by default have 100% energy recharge. Okay, moving on to constellations, of which I have 3. Ominous Inscription. Constellation 1, Chakra Desiderata will gather resolve even faster when electro characters use their elemental bursts, and the resolve gain is increased by 80%. When characters of other element types use their elemental burst, the resolve gain is increased by 20%. So she gets more chakra from characters of the same element as her. Constellation 2. When using Muso no Hitutachi and in the Muso Ishin state applied by burst, the Raiden Shogun's attack ignores 60% of opponent's defense. Constellation 3. Shinkage Byogones. Okay.
Bygones.
Oh, it's an English word.
I have no idea if that's actually what it is. I'm just saying bygones because it looks like it.
You see, my brain was still reading in Japanese, and so I was so thrown off that there was a G in there.
Shinkage bygones.
I mean, you
That's
might.
probably not what it is.
You might be right, though.
The world may never know.
I mean, we might be about to know. Yeah, no, it's bygones.
There are leaves around.
I'm just
And I
stupid.
know just
Is
the
it
tune
really?
to
Yeah.
accompany them, if you wish to hear it.
That's hilarious.
Increase the increase burst, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Increase
Yeah.
burst by 3. So talent level of burst by 3. Pledge of Propriety. When the Muso Ishin state applied by burst expires, all nearby party members, excluding the Shogun, gain 30% bonus attack for 10 seconds. Constellation 5, Shogun's Descent. Increase level of skill by 3. Wishbearer. Constellation 6, when the Muso Ishin state applied by burst attacks by the while in the Muso Ishin state applied by burst, attacks by the Shogun that are considered part of her elemental burst will decrease all nearby party members, excluding the Shogun's elemental burst cooldown by 1 second when they hit opponents. This effect can trigger once every 1 second and can trigger a total of 5 times during the duration of Muso Ishin's duration.
To the land of my birth.
Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever.
Okay. So that's the Shogun's. That's the Shogun. As you can see, this is the engulfing lightning. This is her signature, and it is.
And it's purple, because it's Electro. Yes, I will bring this up again.
It is genuinely the one of the better polearms. I give this to a lot of random people because the Shogun has used it, Shanling has used it, Shin has used it. I've tossed this one off to a lot of folks, so it's genuinely a good weapon. Yeah, it's great for her. Others that you could use for her, she could make use of Favonius Lance just fine. The other one that is built for her though is the Catch, which is one that you can get from fishing. So
yeah, Catch is best 4-star by a mile.
Yeah, this is definitely the one that is intended to be used for her if you don't have her signature. So yes, she can use Favonius Lance, but genuinely, if you're looking to build a 4-star for the Shogun, it's the Catch. It's tedious to acquire, but it's not difficult to acquire. What you need to do isn't hard. It just takes a while.
Patience for the win!
So, there's not a lot else to recommend for the Shogun. They genuinely either expect you to get her signature or get the Catch. So they didn't really. There's not many other things that are really intended for her.
Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever.
Talents, or not talents, artifacts. The Fate. That's basically her set.
Yeah, pretty much.
And even looking at this here, it's at 93.7%.
Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
And the other one here is Gilded Dreams. To pair her with Dendro people. That's the only reason.
Yeah.
But aside from that,
I guess for slight holdovers, and maybe until you get 4-piece emblem, like once you got a 2-piece emblem and you're waiting for the others, you could go 2-piece Noblesse or Thundering Fury just to hold over until you get the 4-piece Severed Fate.
Mm-hmm.
But Severed Fate was custom built.
Yeah.
By like a very large margin.
Yeah. Which I actually am personally pretty proud of the Severed Fate set that I have on her. Shogun is one of my few characters that stays constantly built.
I carry memories of my home.
Nice.
This blade. It is the last link I have to the land of my birth.
But I honestly think that's kind of it. That was another pretty quick turnaround. Or I don't know, maybe I'm just failing to even perceive time correctly anymore, because it felt like the last couple went by kind of fast.
Well, we aren't doing the pleb finding examples, which does make a big difference, because normally you have to go find a pleb, then you have to fill your burst, then you have to show it off,
Keqing
and then if it didn't go well, we have to go find more people.
Keqing didn't need it.
Well, right, but
I'm
I'm just saying that's why it's fast, because we just went through 2 characters and we didn't find plebs at all.
This is the Shogun Zylfar eyeball. I'm watching you.
How dare you? I did not give you permission to watch me.
Well, too late. You're in my world, therefore I'm watching you. But yeah, that's her skill eyeball, and then the burst.
Now you shall perish.
And the Muso Ishin, this is what they're talking about. When she's using her sword. That's basically what that is. Normally, if I actually unleashed upon someone, you would then see her chakras lined up behind her. By now, which we probably can go locate a pleb real quick. Since apparently Spleen misses pleb hunting. And
I did not say I missed pleb hunting. I was merely explaining the time difference.
Welcome to Liyue, the name of which everyone has been saying wrong since the conception of this game. Excuse me. I'm drinking milk, and so now I have tiny burps coming in small waves. Where is the best place to locate a pleb? Not in the city. I say
correct.
We real quick and come out over by the chasm, because there are lots of plebs on the way to the chasm.
Okay.
Brief intermission while we seek out a pleb.
Away! Is it just the Traveler left?
Yep, Traveler's the only one after this. Would you like to do the Traveler while I seek out a pleb?
No.
Oh, dear.
1, I don't have the screen. 2, I never really used Electro Traveler.
Has anyone really used Electro Traveler? I feel like people don't really use Traveler.
I mean, the Traveler mains probably did when Inazuma was out.
I'm stuck on a dog.
You say you're stuck on a dog?
I was stuck on a dog.
How do you get stuck on a dog?
There was a dog in the road. I tripped on it, and I got stuck there. He wouldn't move, so I had to get up and then walk around him. What?
I'm the mighty Sugar. What happened, mighty Shogun? I tripped on a dog.
Look. Okay. It wasn't that bad.
Oh, yeah?
And besides that, he was laying on the ground, completely hidden from my view. I couldn't see.
He was on a bridge.
He's lying on the ground!
There's no obstructions on the bridge. What was he hiding behind?
There was a dog! He was hiding behind me! What?
He was hiding behind.
I couldn't see him from behind myself!
How did you trip on him if he was behind you?
No, like he was. The me that is my eye seeing. Oh look, plebs. The me that sees
Okay, I see.
the
I see.
Shogun on screen was the.
So you're claiming the dog was small?
I mean, it is. There's my resolve ring.
Yep.
Boo. There is no escape. And it looks like I've already gained. Yes, I have gained a chakra. So the chakras are the additional electro things, electro points on the ring, and you can see the progress slowly building as the little particles light up along the way.
Num num bits.
Num num grits. So yeah, that's what that looks like. And very oftentimes you'll see people running around, and you can tell that the Shogun is on their team somewhere, because even though the character on screen is not the Shogun, they're running around with the Shogun's chakra ring.
Because it lasts for 300 seconds after she leaves the field.
So I personally have always found that kind of funny. It's just like, oh, this person's using the Shogun. And you can tell if you look really, really close. But yeah, that's the Shogun. She's coming up soon, so relevancy points, yay! Woohoo! Next up, also last up,
Electro Traveler!
yes. Talents first, nothing special there. So, skill unleashes 3 swift lightning shadows that deal electro damage to opponents and leave an abundance amulet behind after hitting an opponent. 2 abundance amulets can be created initially. When using this skill will restart any abundance amulets, or it will reset any abundance amulets that have generated. Abundance amulets. I'm going to get tired of saying that, aren't I? When a character is near an abundance amulet, they will absorb it and obtain the following effects: restores elemental energy, increases energy recharge during the abundant amulet's duration. Oh my gosh.
This blade.
Abundant amulet duration is 15 seconds. Which is funny because the skill's cooldown is 13.5 seconds.
This is the way!
Billowing Thunder, which I think he actually screams when he uses the skill. You call upon the protection of lightning, knocking nearby opponents back and dealing electro damage to them. Thundering sound when you activate your character's normal and charged attacks. When your active character's normal and charged attacks hit opponents, they will call Falling Thunder forth, dealing electro damage. When Falling Thunder hits opponents, it will regenerate energy for that character. One instance of Falling Thunder can be generated every 0.5 seconds.
Surely enough to
Thunder Flash. When another nearby character in the party obtains an abundance amulet created by skill, cooldown is decreased by 1.5 seconds. Resounding Roar. Increase the energy recharge effect granted by Lightning Blaze. Abundance Ambulance. Oh my gosh. by 10% of the traveler's energy recharge. They don't have a last passive, so. Constellations. Spring Thunder of Fertility? Constellation 1. The number of abundance amulets that can be generated using Lightning Blade is increased by 3. I'm pretty sure that was the
It is the last link I have to the land of my birth.
Was it?
Skill.
Oh, that's a skill? Oh, it is a skill. Okay, fine. So, number of abundance amulets generated by skill is increased by 3. Violet Vehemence. When Falling Thunder created by... Okay, that was the burst. Hits an opponent, it will decrease their It will decrease their electro res by 15% for 8 seconds. My eyes. Goodness. Distance Crackling. The level of burst increased by 3. Fickle Cloud Strike. Rude. When a character obtains abundance amulets generated by skill, if this character's energy is less than 35%, the energy restored by the abundance amulet is increased by 100%, so it's doubled. Clamor in the Wilds. Increase the level of burst. No, skill. By 5.
All the world holds dear
Burst by 5 is up here.
By
3?
By
3?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I was looking at the 15.
And unchanging.
By 3. My bad. World Shaker, Constellation 6. Every 2 Falling Thunder attacks triggered by the Billowing Thunder will increase the damage dealt by the next Falling Thunder, which will deal 200% of its original damage and will restore an additional 1 energy to the current character.
Enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever.
Weapons for Traveler. Electro Traveler is for all the abundance amulets, they're pretty simple. He's just normal attack scaling.
Yeah.
So
he also likes his energy recharge for his burst, and then the few passives in there that were just like, oh, you do this if you have energy. Oh. So, since they're kind of leaning into support role, Pavonia Sword works well. Freedom Sword kind of works because they're Electro, and Elemental Mastery works with Dendro. You could sacrificial it. That wouldn't hurt anybody.
True.
Skyward Blade. If you're old enough to have the Festering Desire. That one too.
True.
Emblem and Noblesse both function fine on this character.
Noblesse is a good all-around support.
To anyone that deals significant damage with their burst, yeah.
Your recommendeds are Fate. That's fair. 4-piece Fate. And then a 4-piece Noblesse. And then last is a 4-piece Gladiator. Because again, attack scaling, so it can't.
I would only do that one if you wanted to make the Traveler more of an on-field person. Otherwise, I would not use 4-piece Gladiator.
The world remains constant over
I'll be real with you, by the time Inazuma came along and I got my Electro Traveler, I was out of my Traveler phase, so I've used him very little.
Transitory.
Your Traveler phase?
Well, yeah, my Traveler phase was like early game. Once I had characters, I didn't really use him much anymore. So I saw a
You got
decent.
characters day one.
Well, yes.
Diluc was your first character within like hours of starting the game.
Yes, but when it came to like, like having characters to shuffle through, there weren't a whole lot of options. Like in general, back in the day when everyone first started.
Back in the day, all those years ago.
It was like 3 years. Get off. Come off it. Anyway, that's pretty much it for the Electro characters. I don't know if there's really much else to lean into.
You have to show them the Ascension thingy seed or whatever that you check out. It's very important.
Ow. Abundance amulets. You picked up my abundance.
That thing, yeah. It was tasty abundance.
Leave my abundance alone.
Num num crits.
No. Ow! Dadgum overload. I don't have any artifacts on. Eh. Bask in my abundance.
No.
You literally just stole my num num abundance. Don't pretend.
I can steal it without basking in it.
You literally carry it with you.
That doesn't mean I'm basking in it.
Ah! Anyway. That's it for this one pretty much. Like we recounted all of the Electro characters. Next time, we will roll again to see what characters we do that time. I think today's second roll was going to be Geo if we managed to get through all the Electros in a decent amount of time, but that very clearly did not happen. So we might just go ahead and do Geos next time. But that's gonna be it for this stream. So thanks for joining us. We stream first and third Saturday of every month and last Friday of every month, assuming that my internet allows, which we're hoping that it will for next time. So if we're able to adhere to our usual schedule, then our next stream will be on the 20th. But if not, we'll see what happens between now and then. But thanks for joining us. We were happy to have you. Thank you to Spleen for hanging with me for, oh dear, all of this nonsense here today. And especially, to Kiwi and Fluffy and Void for coming and hanging with me and Spleen. This was a long one to be jumping back in after such a break. Which, sorry, I know that some of the streams that we missed were not planned misses. I'm still carrying around the Shogun's chakras. But there was I moved recently.
The two Aethers! Sorry.
What?
We have Aether and Canadian Aether.
Oh my gosh. I completely forgot what I was saying. It's Canadian Windblade, and I'm not even windblading right now.
Sorry, you were saying you moved recently.
Yes, I moved recently, and so that resulted in me not being able to stream, and the internet here is rather poor. So while we're figuring that out, streams are a little shaky, literally sometimes. But we will try to get back into our usual schedule, hopefully. So today, again, was first Saturday of the month. Next one will be on the 20th, and for last Friday, I believe that will be on the 26th. Yeah, 26th will be the last Friday of this month. So that should be our stream schedule for the rest of this month, if all goes according to plan. So, hoping to see you in 2 weeks. Hope y'all are doing great. Take care. We'll see you next time. Later.